Hello. How are we today? How's everybody doing? What's going on? What's crack-a-lackin', gang? I'm doing like evil laughs today. I don't know what the fuck's been going on. I don't know what the deal is. I just keep doing evil laughs today. That's my MO. That is my MO. Breaking my own rule for a bit, but they changed a certain setting. Who? What setting? What are we talking about? How we doing? Doing good. Good. How about you? I had to go tend to something after you initially read of yesterday's chapter, so I apologize if you already said this, but what is Umi's angle? Is he trying to cope and find why he was rejected and what? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Um, okay. So in my opinion, Umi is meant to be the antithesis of Kazuya, and not in the sense that you think, but rather like Kazuya, in my opinion, is basically a character who has lost um his identity in pursuit of his love. I think Umi is kind of the opposite in many ways, possibly. In that regard, he would be a person who knows exactly who he is, but does not understand love. Possibly. That could be my read on it. And that could make a lot of sense, specifically because of the nature of the world he is in and what he is experiencing and seeing. So, in that sense, what would Umi's angle be? Probably just to understand. He's really confused. Chizuru is very much antithetical to how he understands love to be. The way he describes it to Kazuya, in my opinion, acts as a kind of thesis, if you will, where he's pretty much talking about like how he understands love and how it just doesn't make sense because he's always experienced it in a very particular way. So these characters feel very antithetical to that, but what he doesn't understand is why aren't they dating? There's a lot of pieces that just don't make sense. So to me, a lot of repeating patterns with Umi seem to come to the part of I curiosity. He just wants to know. And I think Umi is aware of how what he wants can impact people's schedules, so he respects people's time. However, he might not be fully aware of how his presence impacts people. I think that's kind of like the interesting factor of Umi's character. You'll see a repeating motif where he's like, I don't want to bother you. I don't want to bother you. But he takes an effort to get what he wants, where he finds this like interesting balance where he's like, I don't want to like bother your schedule. I want to make time to talk to you. But then he'll push for what he wants because he kind of knows who he is. However, I think you could possibly strike a parallel between Chizuru and Umi in the regard that Chizuru doesn't know what love is. So I would argue if Ruka is somewhat of a parallel to Kazuya in that regard, then Umi would be kind of a parallel to Chizuru in the regard that he doesn't understand love either, but he knows who he is. But just as a more possibly like a maybe like more of a selfish dark reflection. So in my opinion, it's not about the rejection. It's more so trying to understand love, probably because he was burned by it. So if Kazuya's journey is in pursuit of his love, he lost his identity. Chizuru in trying so hard to find love can't find it. You pursue something so heavily you can't find it because you're not letting go of your identity. Right? Chizuru is a character very deeply troubled by shame. She feels a lot of shame for her actions. But to quote Avatar: The Last Airbender, pride is not the opposite of shame, it is its source. Only true humility is the antidote, right? Only true humility is the antidote to shame. I think for Chizuru's character, she the shame is it's basically her pride being weaponized, and this makes a lot of sense because that's literally like what mommy did. She took her pride as a rental girlfriend. She took her pride as an actress. She took her pride as a professional and fucking shat all over it, and it left Chizuru feeling all sorts of shame. So, Umi, I think, kind of acts as that mirror. I think Umi is a character you can understand by understanding Chizuru, much in the same way that Ruka is a character that you can understand in understanding Kazuya, like I've said many times before. Now, is Umi still a little vague and hard to understand? Absolutely, because Chizuru is still a little vague and kind of hard to understand. We've only started piecing her character together briefly, and I think if you get a decent amount of if we go back, uh if you go back and we possibly like reread some of the things Umi has said, we might get some contextual ideas of like what the fuck is going on, because I think all of the dialogue tells you something. Sorry. Okay, let me read some of the other comments. Not sure if you still wanted to collab today or not. Today? Oh, I didn't know if we were gonna do it today. I wanted to collab at some point, Hero, but I don't know if I was gonna do it today. Um, Yeah, today would be a little hard, but what would you want to do if we did collab? Like, what exactly would you want to do if we did collab? Again, today is a little hard. No, I just wanted to collab at some point. I didn't specify today. I don't recall saying I wanted to do something particularly today. I just said I wanted to possibly collab. Like, just play games together on stream. Because today is when the anime comes out, and I do my analysis. Now, if it helps, the anime ends in 2 episodes. So we could maybe try to do some stuff Wednesday. We could in the future try to do stuff Wednesday. The anime ends in 2 episodes. So there's that. But yeah, I don't know if I can do something today because I'm probably going to watch the anime, and then afterwards if we have the time, I might start doing some analysis for the chapter, not just the anime. And the anime in and of itself is going to take a little bit. Okay, well, I guess I made some initial ideas, but I'll keep brainstorming. What do we have besides like Smash Brothers? Gaming Wednesdays? Maybe. Yeah, maybe. That way we get like an extra day to think about the analysis, so that Thursday is purely an analysis day. That could work. So that way it's not just back to back, you know? We take Wednesday to just kind of chill out and have fun. And since Hero and I both have Wednesday and Tuesday off, it kind of works. Like I technically didn't have today off, but like I was off at 11:30, and then I had to do some stuff. So I was cooking. I made my mom dinner, and then I was checking some stuff that needs repairing. But after that, I was pretty much free. So yeah. I mentioned Fortnite, but we could brainstorm other ideas. I have never played Fortnite. I've actually never touched Fortnite. Not once in my life. Like, the only way I will play Fortnite is if they put either Kingdom Hearts or Final Fantasy VII in there. That is the only reason I will ever touch this game. I'm just not invested. I'm not a hater. I'm just not invested. I am not a hater. I'm just not invested. I don't care. I have absolutely no interest. That's all. Is Leon in the game? Did they put fucking Resident Evil in there? Is Resident Evil in Fortnite? Oh, I guess he is. no Resident Evil skins? Is it not there? Yeah, Leon is. But see, I'm a Chris fan. I'm a Chris fan. Sorry to tell you, I'm a Chris fan. I love Leon, but I'm gonna be real with you. Chris and Jill are like the faces of Resident Evil. Feel free to hate me for this. Leon is like the poster boy, I guess. Like if you will, like he's what everyone knows, but Jill and Chris are like the main characters in my opinion. They are the main characters. You're a Christian. See what I did there? Why are you the way that you are? Anyways, let's see. I just have to ask, why the hell didn't you just type for, okay, never mind. I feel that Umi is out of the loop when it comes to Ruka as Kazuya until now. He's like, what the fuck is going on here? It's a curiosity he wants to explore. Yeah, I mean, I say curiosity is a part of it, but let's not pretend like what Umi is doing and the way he's approaching it isn't kind of creepy. And I think in many ways, maybe he's not aware of himself, or maybe he's just so self-confident that he doesn't mind that he looks this certain way. Like he's gonna do what he wants to do, you know? But I think because of that, people make a lot of assumptions about him. You know, I think because Umi pursues what he wants, people make a lot of assumptions about him. And yeah, the ways he does it isn't outright like super duper creepy. You know, it's in many ways kind of similar to how people perceive and understand Ruka's character, where like she does bad things, but they only see her for the bad things, and I just can't get behind that. You know, I just can't get behind that. What she's doing is bad, but she's a person shaped by her environment, just as like a person isn't born bigoted, they're conditioned, they're shaped into this. You know. Bulver, blah, 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 blah. If Umi learned about Kazuya's history with Mommy, I 100% believe he will find this out. Same with Sumi. Wouldn't that open an even worse can of worms for Kazuya, right as he's okay with Ruka? He finds out more with other people. I don't know. But what would that matter? Like, what? See, what I don't understand is why it's a problem. What I don't get is why it's a problem. To me, the thematic idea behind this arc is coming to terms with your own inner monster, and finding. For Kazuya, it's finding his identity. For Chizuru, it's finding her love. To me, the thematic idea behind this arc is to truly see and accept the truth. That is like the thematic idea of the arc to me. So Ruka revealing the truth to Umi, a character who represents hidden uncomfortable truths, is fascinating because I think, in my opinion, Kazuya doesn't see kind of the monster he's become. And I think that's going to be kind of important. That's going to be relevant to this, because Umi implies here, like from his perspective, it kind of looks like Kazuya is the cheater. Right? From his perspective, it kind of looks like Kazuya is the cheater. You know, he's the fake person from his perspective. And the sad truth is that even if you love Kazuya, what Umi is saying has some truth to it. There is some truth to this. And it's not totally Kazuya's fault. He's been somewhat shaped by his environment. In that same way, you could absolutely apply that to Chizuru, that she's not a fake person, but her actions appear very fake, right? Kazuya is kind of in a similar boat, where I would argue he's lying a lot more to himself than Chizuru is, because Chizuru knows who she is. So he's actually become a fake person and doesn't know it. Chizuru, in contrast, because she doesn't know her love, her actions can appear very fake and very misleading. But that's not what she's doing. And it's because she doesn't know what love is. Right? I think that's kind of the idea. It's like to reveal that uncomfortable truth to the characters that, okay, Chizuru, your actions were unfair, but you don't, and you know they're unfair, but you don't know the impact it had on your love because you don't know what love is. In contrast, Kazuya doesn't view his actions as unfair. However, because he's doing it out of a sense of love, right? However, just like Ruka, he doesn't realize how he's become a very fake person. And that his actions no longer reflect his love. They no longer reflect his love because he doesn't know who he is. So naturally, he is that fake person. I think it seems like, to me, Umi is going to reveal those things. He's going to reveal those hypocrisies in their actions. The hypocrisies that I would argue a lot of us see. However, it would be even more fitting if he shows the hypocrisies of all of the characters. So maybe rather than this thing being outright bad in a mommy-esque kind of way, I could see it being bad in a non-traditional way. I think that would be really interesting. It's something that really surprises us, something that really throws us for a loop. And it's not what we think it is. In particular, challenging the idea of what a good person is, you know? In so doing, revealing all the true monsters, which is in many ways both ourselves, like the monster we've become in not facing these things, and also the truth of the situation. Isn't it sort of implied that Umi doesn't have good social cues? Yes and no. It's really weird. It's a yes and no instance. What do I mean? He seems keenly aware of how people feel and what people will do. So and again, you see that in a few different ways. So for instance, when he's interacting with fans and shit, when he's interacting with certain people, when he does certain things, he knows not to put people in the spotlight, and he knows not to bother people. And he seems like pretty fucking aware of like pretty particular things, you know? At the same time, I would argue maybe Umi, as a parallel to Chizuru, isn't aware of the consequences of his actions. Right? I don't even know if that's the correct way, because that seems to be more akin to Kazuya. You know, Chizuru, actually, wait, it makes sense. Never mind, it makes sense. Kazuya isn't aware of the choices of his inaction. Chizuru isn't aware of the choices of her action. There we go. That makes more sense. Okay. Kazuya, it's inaction. Chizuru isn't aware of her actions. So in that way, I would argue Umi is kind of similar in that regard. That, yeah, he's trying to get what he wants, but it's also pretty invasive. You know? Like, the way Umi's approaching it is pretty fucking invasive. Anyways, I'll read a few more of the comments, and we gotta watch the episode. I've been putting off too long. I'm not saying Umi is a bad guy, but one thing makes me uneasy. He ignores Chizuru's boundaries, which she thought she had clearly set. This could still become a problem. Technically not. On a technicality, that's not true. And I know you are correct, mind you. You are correct, mind you. But on a technicality, that's not true. What do I mean? Well, he's not going to Chizuru. He's not pursuing her romantically, technically speaking. He tells Ruka he is, and I think that's a disguise. I think he's telling Ruka the truth that we know as the readers, right? This is Umi telling us, the readers, the truth that we know, that he is pursuing Chizuru, that he's doing this because he likes Chizuru, right? That's his justification for doing this. I think there's a whole other reason. I think that he's not doing this purely because he loves Chizuru. I don't think so. I think a part of it is very selfish and personal, and he wants to know something. And I also think a part of it is maybe like he feels like something is wrong here, and he's, you know, from a friend's perspective, like if you kind of care for someone, it makes some sense. It's like, okay, you're kind of concerned, something feels fishy and weird here, and you're kind of curious about that, and you're kind of worried about someone. So he is kind of playing hero in that way, right? He is kind of playing hero in that way, but he doesn't see how he's kind of bothering people in playing hero. And that acts as an inversion of Kazuya, who literally wants to be a hero, and in not actually doing the things he wants to do, he is becoming the villain. So literally the wrong person is the hero, and the right person is the villain. Let's continue. I only say because Umi is going to learn about Hawaiians, and Mami would technically be a massive part of it. And Umi thinking he's helping Chizuru could be ignorant of, and it would be the opposite. He had a plan with Iruka. Mami would completely ruin his plan because he would find out Mami is ex of Kazuya, and he's meeting all of Kazuya's previous relationships. But why would he learn about Mami? I'm not saying it's not possible. I just don't know why. And it changes the way Umi himself sees what a relationship is. Yeah, I do think so too. Like, I do think Umi is gonna learn the difference between like a, like he's gonna learn what a relationship is in many ways. But I could see that being a teaching thing for all the characters. Secret versus privacy would be a good alternate name for this arc. Okay, I kind of see that. In the hero's journey, the hero becomes something that he doesn't like and later wants to give up. Here, Kazuya becomes the monster, and he wants to consider quitting due to what he became. Except Kazuya can't quit. That's where I'm saying the hero's journey's kind of broken. Kazuya hit the midpoint where the roles reverse, right? Usually the midpoint is kind of like a big role reversal. And rather than Kazuya horrified at what he's become, we're horrified at what he's become. See what I mean about the hero's journey kind of being broken? Kazuya is not horrified at what he's become. We are. We see it. We see the monster. We see him losing himself. He doesn't. He doesn't view it this way at all. In fact, Kazuya just kind of keeps going. However, the midpoint reversal occurs specifically in Umi and Ruka showing up and Kazuya telling us everything's going to fucking flip on its head. So, in that regard, I do think that's kind of important. Now, in Hawaiians, it's Kazuya and Chizuru being framed as the bad guys. Now it's the opposite. I would argue they actually did become the bad guys. And that needs to change, right? That needs to change. They actually became the villains, and that needs to change. This is wrong. And I think that's kind of maybe the setup, in my opinion. The gameplay demo for Fable game looks so good. I don't play Fable, so I wouldn't know. Sorry. I think it's more to do with the fact that Ruka would present Mami to Umi as somebody that gave Chizuru massive problems, and his ego wouldn't really let that slide. Except I don't see... Okay, I've yet to see like a straight-up ego moment with Umi. Every single motherfucker says Umi has insane ego. I've yet to see that. I've yet to see a massive ego moment with Umi, except for the movie arc. That's it. That's it. And it's a moment that I think is very much characterized, but a need to protect. I guess that could be ego in its own way. I don't know. I don't know. I think Umi does want to help. Absolutely. I think Umi wants to help. I think maybe I would argue Umi has been trying to help this entire time, and he fucking sucks. You didn't make an announcement for the stream. Oh, yeah. Because I was busy talking to motherfuckers. I was busy talking to some motherfuckers. Gonna watch episode. Rent a Girlfriend. Season 5, episode 10. This is one of my... Hop in and let's watch. Okay. Okay, we'll keep talking more about Umi in a little bit. For now, let's just watch the episode, okay? We've put this off long enough. Let's just watch the episode. We'll talk more about Umi. If you guys want to say something, save it for a little later. Okay? If you have something more to say, save it for a little later. Just write it down or something. Okay? Just write it down. I'll read what you have for now. I have more ego than Umi. Well, I think you're misunderstanding what ego is. Ego is a natural part of what you experience. People mischaracterize ego as a form of narcissism. Ego is a natural thing you should have. You kind of have to be a little bit selfish. Otherwise, when you get rid of your ego, who the fuck are you? See what I mean? That's pretty much Kazuya's problem, is he doesn't have ego. He needs a little ego. Ego is good for you. One of Fate's favorite moments is Kazuya on top of Chizuru. Crazy. Shocking concept. Shocking concept. This is one of my favorite fucking scenes. Well, to be fair, it's not just this particular scene, it's the context of the scene. It's like, there's so much else going on that I love about this scene. I in particular really, really love the house visit. These sets of chapters that they're adapting are probably some of my favorites. In particular, it's the feeling. It evokes such a special homey feeling. It acts as such a good prelude to them living together. It sets up so much. It does so well. It's a very concise and powerful set of chapters that contrast their separation really, really, really well. This is why I like this. It's not just them being on top of each other. You know, it's not just that. That is the icing on the cake. That is the coup de grace. Let's see. How can you have ego bacon? Okay, not talking about this. Let's see how you find the episode. I definitely have a few issues with it. I'll speak of it as it goes further. You're fine. It was just a joke. Oh, I see. Well, it's okay. I'm just sharing my thoughts. The joke was that I'm horny. Got it. The joke was that I'm horny. I understand. You know what's so awesome about this? So I saw a little bit of this. I love that Chizuru is more heartbroken over losing her home with Kazuya in the apartments than she is losing this house. And it's not that she doesn't care about this house. She fucking does. But Kazuya matters to her more. Please think about that. Now consider that with the context that Chizuru is now currently in the manga selling her home. Consider that with that context. Because we see when Chizuru loses her house, she's like really fucking sad. Like when she loses the apartments with Kazuya, she's really fucking sad. And then now, right? But then when she's in the house, she cares about it, but not as much as Kazuya. I want you to remember that. It's going to be kind of important. There's motion. There's motion. Even in this subtle walk, there's motion. This is weird. There's motion. What the fuck? Oh, we're finally here. Oh, we finally see the house. I'll watch the opening. It's been a hot minute since I've seen it. I'll watch the opening. It has been a hot minute since I've seen it. Oh, look, he's floating away like a petal. How fitting. Chizuru takes the center stage and they walk Kazuya off because she becomes the protagonist. Right? Chizuru is the one who leads at this point. Kazuya is walked off stage because he's no longer the protagonist, at least for now. Kazuya literally becomes a passive figure in the narrative, whereas Chizuru is an active figure. Literally, the lights literally pan on her, and she is the center page, not Kazuya. This is when Chizuru becomes the lead character. What just happened there? Oh, that's a bad cut. That's a bad cut. That's not a good cut. That's a bad cut, bro. Oh, yeah, it's like I'm meeting the parents. You're asking the front door. The water main. Wait a second. Wait a fucking second. How did I forget this? Wait a fucking second. How did I forget this? Why am I reacting like this? Why am I fucking reacting like this? Okay, when they first come to this house, they enter through the back. And Kazuya steps on the water main and his foot falls in. Okay? Why is this a big deal? Right? They call it a water main, but it's a sewage stock, right? Also, they kind of made Chizuru too big. Is it just me? They kind of made her too big. Right? She's a little too big. Why is this important, good sir? Where is she standing? Where is she standing in the beginning of the date on top of the sewage stock? Huh. That is interesting. She's a little too big. It's the way they drew the character model. It's the way the character model looks. She literally kind of looks bigger than him. And it's because of how they drew the character model. It's not like wrong, but something's off with it. Like just the way they drew it just feels a little weird. It's more just how the model is constructed. It's not particularly wrong or anything, right? There's nothing particularly wrong with it. It's just she looks a little big. But yeah, I think this is really interesting that we see Chizuru standing on the water main here. She looks taller for sure. Yeah, she looks a little taller than she should be. Cute. It doesn't suit Mizuhara's current image at all. It doesn't suit her image at all. What's going on in the latest chapter? All Ruka sees is Umi's image. All Ruka sees is Umi's image. And we go to this house that does not suit Chizuru's image at all. The house is literally run down. Huh. It's as if Umi's image is deceiving us. Nani? Ishiga. Yabayune. Yabayune. Right? Fucking crazy, right? Wait, does she actually say collection in English? Oji-chan no collection. Jesus Christ, Gramps. What the fuck is this? Jesus Christ, Gramps. What the fuck is this? I love the atmosphere. One particular thing I like that they're doing with the house is they go for a grayer atmosphere. Right? There's this like grayer atmosphere to the house, which I think kind of captures the mood well. When you first enter this place, there's a specific kind of mood to this place. It's not supposed to feel particularly full of light and alive, but it's not supposed to feel dark either. They kind of hit that quiet, lived in ground where it feels like something is dead here. When you watch the episode, they have just this the right they capture this like perfect feeling. Whoever's working on this, I think these are the people who have. So these are the people I'm pretty sure they're outsourcing to. And these people made some of the better episodes in the season. Whenever these people are in charge, you can just kind of tell there's more motion, there's more activity, and there's more a sense of intention with the colors and the way that they're used. What they do here is really, really smart, specifically because it captures how the house is dead. It captures this dead atmosphere really well. Even the way they're using the music feels really thought out. I really appreciate that. Even the music, which has this like dumb atmosphere to it that you often find with Kazuya, feels kind of well placed. The energy here is like on point. It's using the anime medium effectively. I like that it's not just straight up copying the manga. It is. It's following the manga panels to a fucking T, mind you. It's following the manga panels to a fucking T. But what it's doing with colors, composition, and sound is very, very effective. Even the ways the characters are speaking, the way the director told them to speak is a lot more toned down. It's a lot more normal. And I think that captures the energy really, really well. The characters should speak like this. They should speak a lot more toned down and normal because this is meant to reflect the cohabitation and what's to come in the future. Collection. You sure? Yeah. What the fuck else do you want me to do? Are you sure about that? Yeah. What the fuck else do you want me to do? It's a bunch of goddamn rocks. Like, why is that my problem? And like, I totally get it. Same though. Like, why should she be sentimental about this shit? Right? But the funny thing is she kind of is sentimental about it, because when she sees Kazuya carrying the rocks, she remembers what the rocks specifically meant to her. It's not like because she has no sentimental value to these rocks. That doesn't really matter to her too much. She was more so concerned with her grandpa whenever he came home, like looking like shit, carrying a goddamn rock. What she did care about was seeing the idea behind why he carried the rocks. It reflects how everyone has a different perspective on things, you know? Like, I might not totally relate to this, but I kind of could too. Like, I might not know what the rock meant while it was there. And in many ways, it reflects Chizuru needing Kazuya's help to get rid of the baggage, right? Her grandpa literally left her a physical burden in the house, right? When he died, he left her a physical burden in the house that she could not remove. She literally can't carry this shit out of the house. It is a physical burden, right? And so she needs Kazuya's help to remove the burden. Thematically, this is really incredible because what Kazuya does here is physically remove a burden. And it's foreshadowing what Kazuya needs to do now in the manga, which is overcome an emotional burden. Right? There is this emotional burden on Chizuru's shoulders that she cannot deal with alone. And that's not going to be overcome alone. In that same way, Kazuya has his own emotional burden. Thematically fitting, because what do we see at the end of today's chapter? Right? If we go to today's chapter, what do we see at the very end of it? Oh, I didn't download the chapter. Well, now I feel dumb. I didn't download the chapter. Now I feel fucking dumb. Oh, that's the wrong manga. That's the other manga someone recommended to me that I'm going to read later. When we cut to Kazuya, when Ruka calls herself Kazuya's provisional girlfriend, what do we see Kazuya doing? Lifting a weight. He's literally physically lifting a weight, as if he's trying to physically become stronger to overcome an emotional burden. He's working on the wrong thing, right? There is an emotional burden to overcome, but he's physically getting stronger. What he needs is not physical strength, but emotional strength. He's working on the wrong thing. What he needs is not physical strength, but emotional strength, because he already did the physical part, right? I think that's kind of cool. So there's this element of a burden, a weight. There's a weight in these chapters. Okay. Deal with the final boss, the rocks. My grandma was such a hoarder. You know? Me too. I'm kind of a hoarder too. My mom doesn't like hoarding either. Right? So I kind of get where Chizuru's coming from. Oh, her ass. Kazuya. Oh, her ass. Oh, wait. There's a cool little detail here that you would miss in English. There's a cool little detail here you would totally miss in English. Kazuya says, Where am I looking? Where am I looking? And in her family home, no less. Why is this interesting? When he says her, in Japanese, he says Kanojo. He's subconsciously already referring to her as girlfriend. That's a cool little detail. That's a cool little detail. Nice. Not just for the ass, but that little detail in the writing. That's really good. He's literally subconsciously referring to her as his girlfriend. Yeah, here, listen to it. All right, Okay. Listen to Kazuya is gonna say Kanojo. Did you hear it? Did you hear it? He literally said Kanojo. Right? It's a common way to use the phrase. It's not incorrect to say it like this, but it is really cool. You didn't hear it? Oh shit, okay. I had no audio. Oh. What the fuck? Let's try again. Okay. Let's try again. Okay, you must have heard that. It was playing that time. You heard that, right? Huh. That's strange. You guys can't hear anything. Huh. Weird. Why can't you hear anything? It says there's audio. Here. It says there's audio. That's confusing. So you guys can't hear it for some reason. Oh, I might know the reason. Okay, let's try. How about now? There we go. Fucking called it. Yeah, it's how I did my audio settings. The way I did my audio is that it doesn't register for you guys for some reason. Fate ain't lying. It's very subtle. Okay. Well, now that you can hear it, let me... Okay, let's try again. Do you hear it? He said Kanojo. He said Kanojo. You can use Kanojo like this. It makes perfect sense. You can use Kanojo like this. He's not consciously calling her girlfriend. He's saying her family home, right? In a sentence structure, it makes sense. He's literally saying family home, but subconsciously he's starting to refer to her as his girlfriend. It's like I'm her childhood. Oh, what did he say here? We're in her family home all alone. It's like I'm her childhood friend or something. Yeah, bitch. Yeah, bitch. Is that how much she's opening up to me? Wait. Wait, is this foreshadowing? Wait, is this foreshadowing? Wait. Wait, is this in the fucking manga? Wait, is this actually in the fucking manga? Oh my god, it is. Kazuo is imagining a situation where they're on top of each other. And they literally end up on top of each other, but in reverse. Embrace me in all the history of this place. You've grown up. Bro, that's fucking hilarious. Wow, they actually went. They probably got the pictures of this place from Reiji, or they actually went to the place itself. Because for those who don't know, this is a real place, but it's not an actual family home. It's one of those old school places on purpose. So this is a place you can like go to and check out and take pictures in and stuff. And it's intentionally like preserved. Think of it like an old school museum, right? This place is like an old school museum. That's pretty much what this house is. So it does exist. It's a real fucking house. Oh! Oh! Ooh! I felt that. Ow! Dude. So he's talking about. So it's funny. It's pretty funny. He says J.K. Mizuhara. J.K. is how high school girls are referred to. He's imagining high school Chizuru. Okay. I need you to hear this. It is brutal. Listen to this rock. Ow! It sounded like he shattered his feet. Ah! Ow! But deserved. Deserved, but fucking ow. Do you really think there wouldn't be a bathroom? Wait. I want to see something. The teddy bear! It's there! The teddy bear! Her old teddy bear. We saw this in Chizuru's backstory. Oh, and it's in keep. I don't know if you guys noticed that. The bear is in keep. And this stuff is in dump. Aw, she's keeping the teddy bear. Bro, she's keeping her teddy bear from when she was a little kid. Damn. Oh my god. I can't wait to see the cohabitation arc. I can't wait to see the cohabitation arc. They're already capturing the feeling for it immaculately. Right? Kazuya's like, who even brings rocks like this? What the fuck's wrong with her grandpa? Right? Exactly, bro. Why are you leaving her with all these burdens? Exactly, bro. Why the fuck are you leaving her with all these burdens? You fucking suck. Right? Her grandpa left her with a big burden. Like a big emotional and physical burden. And Chizuru loves Kazuya because he makes her feel like she's she's not a burden, right? That she's not a burden to him, and he makes her feel like she doesn't have to go through a burden. That's a big thing. It's like the relief of burdens. This is thematically fitting too because Kazuya literally carries Chizuru home. How do they start living together? I want you to remember this very carefully, right? How do they start living together? They start living together when Kazuya moves the rocks out of Chizuru's home. He literally carries the physical burden out of her home. How do they end living together? They end living together with Kazuya carrying her home. Right? He removed the physical burden. Now he needs to help her carry the emotional burden. Just as she needs to help him with his emotional burden. She's always calm and logical. She never lets her emotions win. Oh. Maybe this is Umi. Everybody mischaracterizes this as Chizuru. Maybe this is Umi. He's always calm and logical, and he never lets his emotions win. Huh. Her grandpa said, I don't view myself as a hero, but for people in need, I can find the strength. And so he ended up being Chizuru's hero. And just as just here, she views Kazuya as her hero. And yeah, you could interpret what Kazuya is doing as kind of selfish. Huh. What's wrong with the camera? What? Why'd you turn off? Okay, there's nothing wrong with you. You're charged. Why'd you turn off? Ah, Coco. What's wrong? What's wrong? Oh. Okay. I don't know why the camera turned off. I actually had it plugged in this time. I think what Chizuru just described, ironically, might be part of Kazuya's journey. It might be part of Kazuya's journey. her grandpa did things for people, but he didn't view himself as a hero. Kazuya is the opposite. He wants to be viewed as a hero. However, the moment he accepts he isn't, he can truly become one. Right? It shows how, but that isn't, but that's the thing, Kazuya isn't Chizuru's grandpa. The very emotion Chizuru remembers here that she attributes to Kazuya in many ways reflects a kind of misunderstanding. Chizuru here is hugging a person, hugs her board, hugs the board that she's carrying. When we read this initially, I interpreted it as Chizuru wants to hug Kazuya. I changed my interpretation. She wants to hug her grandpa. This scene, in my opinion, is directly connected to the walk home. This whole sequence, in my opinion, is directly connected to the walk home. Because it thematically mirrors it in every aspect. Kazuya associates Chizuru as though she doesn't feel anything. He comes to that conclusion again. Then he sees Chizuru hurt, and he asks her why she hit it, and she tells him why she hit it. And it was all for him. She did feel something. He was wrong. And then he feels her self-hatred. And on the walk home, Chizuru remembers her grandpa. And she hugs Kazuya a little closer. She remembers her grandpa as Kazuya keeps believing in her exactly as her grandpa did. Here, she remembers her grandpa as she sees Kazuya carrying the rocks out of the house, whereas the grandpa brought the rocks into the house. But she's literally misattributing Kazuya, where she's associating Kazuya selflessly helping Chizuru here. But he's not selflessly helping her. He's helping her because he also loves her in particular. He doesn't just support anyone, he wants to support her. He's not her grandpa. But she attributes this to her grandpa. It's the same exact thing that happens in the end of the arc, where Kazuya's belief in Chizuru makes her want to attribute him to her grandpa. We've said this a lot, Kazuya's current haircut makes him look like her grandpa. He's trying to be a selfless hero. But he isn't. He isn't Chizuru's grandpa. This isn't the same era. He could never be him. And the irony is, Kazuya doesn't even know her grandpa, and ironically doesn't even like him from the little bit he knows about him, because he seems like a very selfish person. He was kind to other people, but he left a burden for his family through his kindness. And Kazuya doesn't like that. As a reversal of this arc ends with them almost kissing by accident, right? This arc ends with them almost kissing by accident, right? So this particular arc begins with Kazuya carrying rocks out of Chizuru's home. The Odaiba date ends with Kazuya carrying Chizuru on his back to Chizuru's home. As if thematically he is becoming her grandfather. He is carrying her home just like her grandpa carried rocks home and stepped up for people in need. Right? I would argue that thematically what happened at the end of the Odaiba arc is that Kazuya becomes Chizuru's grandfather. Right? Whereas the arc begins with him not being her grandfather and not liking him in many respects, it literally ends with him becoming her grandfather, where he literally leaves burdens for other people while relieving Chizuru's burden, right? And I would argue that that makes a lot of sense, you know? He's getting his driver's license, just like her grandpa. He leaves in a taxi. And his new haircut looks like her grandpa. I think the thematic idea is that the reason Chizuru fell in love with Kazuya was specifically because he wasn't her grandpa. Because he was not him. Because her grandpa just told her to believe and keep trying. Kazuya actually paved a path. Kazuya's like, here, this is a road you can walk. Her grandpa just said, keep believing the road's gonna show up. The person Chizuru fell in love with was not her grandpa. And in many ways, the problem of this arc is that Chizuru is attached to her grandfather. She sees her grandfather and her grandmother when interacting with Minnie and Kazuya respectively. I think I said grandma and her grandfather, Minnie and Kazuya respectively. There we go. And I think that is something Chizuru is going to have to, in many ways, let go. She has to let go of the dead and accept that the people she's currently living with are not them. I think that's in many ways setting up Chizuru's arc. And there's a sad tragedy in this sequence that she's hugging a person who isn't there. We think in this moment she wants to hug Kazuya. I think in this moment she wants to hug her grandpa. And he's not there. And now she's tackling all this burden alone. Kazuya, in many ways, literally became like the grandpa, where he's leaving this Chizuru with all of this burden to deal with alone. Exactly like her grandpa did. He's literally doing the same thing to her. Kazuya is making a mistake. And now comes to the end of this arc. This arc ends with them almost kissing by accident. There's an earthquake and they almost kiss by accident. Now it's the complete opposite. Odaiba ends with Chizuru kissing him deliberately. Right? Odaiba ends with Chizuru kissing him deliberately. And then the earthquakes occur because of her heart. Right? Her heart literally starts beating like crazy. And what happens, just like this arc ends with them being separated, so too does the Odaiba arc end with them being separated. Thematically, the cohabitation arc ended as it began. It bookends itself. It literally takes everything this arc introduced and bookends itself and does the complete opposite. Wow, how did I not see this? Well, speak of the devil. There's Mr. Grandpa Man. Ooh, Chizuru's mom is really pretty. Ooh, they made Chizuru's mom really pretty. Interesting. She kind of looks like Ruka. Holy fuck, she kind of looks like Ruka. Oh my god. Chizuru's mom kind of looks like Ruka. Oh wow, it all like connects. That's crazy. It all fucking connects. That's crazy. Chizuru doesn't like her mom and doesn't want to be like her mom. And yet she looks up to Ruka, who in many ways is starting to mirror Chizuru's mom. That's quite ironic. I don't know about that. Okay, bet. Okay, bet. Right, Chizuru's mom. Of course, she looks a little different in the manga. Right? Of course, she looks a little different in the manga. Right? I would argue her face definitely doesn't mirror anyone in particular. She kind of has Chizuru's face a little bit. Okay. Come on. They're like inversions, bro. Are you fucking kidding me? They're like inversions. Now, Chizuru's mom has more bangs. Absolutely. Right? This part is longer. But I swear they're like inversions. Ruka's hair sways this way, Chizuru's mom's hair sways the other way. They both have short hair. She kind of has attributes of mommy too. Right? Mommy's hair is more like this too, so I would argue she kind of even looks like mommy a little bit. Right? She has Ruka's hair here, right? She has the sway of Ruka's hair. And you can see where Chizuru gets some of the hair too. She kind of looks like mommy too, and she kind of looks like Ruka. And that's because she's meant to, in my opinion, kind of embody all three. In my opinion, she kind of embodies all three. Chizuru doesn't like mommy, but feels bad to her, not realizing that mommy is a byproduct of her environment. In that same way, Chizuru's mom is a product of her environment. In contrast, Chizuru looks up to Ruka, and thinks Ruka is more in love than her. And yet the irony is, Ruka, as a character, is in many ways more akin to her mom. Chizuru is literally looking up to the wrong person. And I think that's really interesting, right? That Ruka is more like Chizuru's mom, and mommy is a reflection of how Chizuru is not seeing her mom, but her actions, right? How the characters are blinded by certain elements. This is really interesting stuff. The anime does lean a little like hard into like certain aspects, and that's just because of the art style. She died when she was 4. God damn it, Reiji, fuck you. Her mom died when she was 4, the number of death. Come on. It's like a little on the nose, right? Chizuru's mom died at the number of 4, the number of death, and that number has haunted her since. Ooh. Kazuya imagines 2 different scenes of them kissing. And then it almost happens and he doesn't fucking do it. Kazuya! Bro, this is his future room. Look at Kazuya's future room. Oh, it's so good. Wow, it's so good. There's so much detail. I love it. Whoa, these pictures are so good. Oh, it's the picture we see when they finally move in together. Look at this picture. It's the picture when they finally move in together. These ones being grayed out looks a little awkward. Like that's the graying out is a little weird. I don't think it's necessary. But this picture is really nice. This is a really nice picture. Gah. Okay, this is weird. Right as she's looking at a photo of her mom, my mom walks through the door. My mom just walked through the door. Give me a sec. Honey. Let's go back a little bit. We're so weird as humans. Kazuya was saying how Chizuru didn't feel any emotions. She wasn't sentimental. And yet, she's so sentimental that she has a picture of someone she doesn't even know. But just because she was her mom, she would keep it. Bro, you could not be more wrong. There's no way she isn't lonely, but she's doing all she can to look forward. Yet now, what does he say? Yet now, what does Kazuya say? This is not what he sees anymore. It's the total opposite. They made it super cute. The way it's so under her breath. The way it's so under her breath. You can barely hear it. It's so under her breath, you can barely hear it. Chef's kiss. Chef's kiss. It's actually amazing. Just pa, pa. The story I'm gonna quote Reiji here. The story shines the most when the characters are honest with themselves. That's pretty much what he said. He pretty much said that like in an interview where he said like the characters are their most like he enjoys the best moments in the story where like the characters are just really honest with themselves. I want to be there for you for life no matter what I have to give up. Your loneliness, sorrow, strength, and weakness. I'll embrace your everything. Hey, Kazuya, it's almost like you should fucking say that. Wow, my timing's perfect. Whoa. Ooh. There's a lot of motion there. God damn. Interesting choice of music. Now the music is weird again. So frail that I feel like she wouldn't fight me off. Oh my god, isn't this what Curry was describing? Wasn't this what Curry was describing? Just pin her down and kiss her and shit. It's in this moment Kazuya realizes how much physically stronger he is than her. Reishi's literally using that element, like, effectively to show, like, oh yeah, Kazuya's, like, pretty big. Like, and I'm not talking about his penis. Okay, they use the specific phrasing here that I don't like. There's a specific phrasing here that I don't like. Oh, the way you see her feet touch like that. It's a direct nod to when she was in her home. You saw her feet touch again. She's horny as fuck. Overflowing desire. They're playing that theme. Aww. A little overkill with the saturation there. Um, a little overkill with the saturation here. Like, it's not bad. It's just, my eyes. So it's a little too much here. A little too much saturation. You know? Like, I get the intent. It's just a little too much. The music is great. I will say, though, I don't like how Kazuya looks. I will say, though, I don't like how they drew Kazuya here. Just personal. Like, I remember liking the the manga a lot more. I remember liking how he looked in the manga a lot more. Let's check. Yeah. Yeah. I don't like how he looks here. Glad you like it, honey. Palata, honey. Yeah, nah, I like the manga more. He is glowing, yes, but I like the manga more. I don't like Kazuya's anime hairstyle. Never did. Okay, that was really cute. She's really cute. She's really cute. They did a good job with cute Chizuru. The animation style changed again. The way she's walking is goofy too. I'll probably never forget this day for the rest of my life. Ooh, I love the use of red. Ooh, I love the use of red. A foreboding. Ooh, a foreboding separation. I love the use of red. Thematically, this parallels where we're going right now in the manga. Something is going to happen that's going to break their foundation, right? The foundation they've had up until now, it is going to break. Thematically, this is what Reiji's building up right now. Something is coming. And there's all the warning signs, and it's gonna break their foundation. But they're gonna have to choose to be together. This time, I think it should be Kazuya. I'm sorry. They share a fucking brain cell. It's so funny. Yeah, thematically, this entire arc is about like the fleeting nature of maybe I would argue like almost childhood, like almost the fleeting nature of childhood, how it can just unfairly end. And that's kind of literally what happens. It's like they had this thing that they shared that was especially theirs, and it was like the special moment for them, and it just kind of goes kaput. They don't even get a chance to like think about it, process it, or anything. It's just gone. It just disappears just like that. And I think that in many ways kind of reflects childhood quite well, where if you'll notice, like the entire thematic idea of the current arc and even the cohabitation as a whole is transitioning into adulthood. Um, and as a substitute for losing this home, they make this new home that's also just as safe. They couldn't come to terms with transitioning into this complicated, messy, uncomfortable adulthood. So they make a new home to kind of cope with that. But like with adulthood, or sorry, like when you transition into adulthood as a child, you kind of don't know how to deal with it. And this is thematically present here. Kazuya doesn't take any autonomy over his choices, just as Chizuru really doesn't. It really reflects how they're both immature too. Kazuya could just run with her and be like, "Hey, is it okay if I stay with you?" He could just do that. And there's no issue with like imposing or anything. She has a big house. If she's worried, he's like, "I just don't want to leave you alone. I want to walk you home." And she'd be like, "What about Minnie?" He'd be like, "Okay, Minnie, come with us." He could take autonomy over the situation, but he feels like he can't. Um, and you know, he could just keep it together. Like he has options. You know, he has options. But much like how when you're transitioning into adulthood as a kid, much like how we are currently in modern society, it's not simply passivity. No, it's not simply passivity. Much like how where we are right now in modern times, whether it be the political nature of the world, whether it be a lot of people just kind of transitioning into adulthood, you feel like you can't do anything. And it's because of your inability to consider these different options. You know how when you're a kid and you're watching a show, and someone makes an argument that to you sounds reasonable, you know, because they say it in a way that makes sense to you, but because you're a kid and you don't know a whole lot, you don't see the other options, and you don't realize how this person may very well be wrong because it sounds so reasonable. This, in many ways, I would argue very much parallels Ruka's current character. She genuinely thinks she doesn't have another option, and she believes it. She is a kid being kind of forced to grow up quicker than she's supposed to. She's a kid being forced to grow up faster than she's supposed to. And a huge part of that has to do with the fact that she's entering the adult world, and she is very ill prepared for it. And unfortunately, the adult world doesn't fucking wait for you. The world in general just doesn't fucking wait for you. It doesn't. That's why I said childhood is kind of fleeting. The world kind of is cruel to children, I would argue. It doesn't care. It doesn't wait. And it doesn't give you the time to figure out what you want to do. And I think that is kind of the narrative idea right now in the story, is that these characters are waiting for the right time, I would argue, in a sense, or they're putting things off because they've been conditioned that they have time. They don't have time. Time has run out. And the reality is they must take decisive action. And I think thematically this parallels where Ruka is right now as a character. What Kazuya is kind of feeling right now, where he's like, isn't she sad that she's leaving? Honestly, like, if we were actually dating, I could just do this, I could just do that. This acts as a reversal of Ruka. Kazuya here can just do things even though they're not dating. But he doesn't. Ruka's the inverse. Ruka is like, this is unfair. I should get this thing. I should have this thing that I desire. It's not fair that I'm not getting it. So Ruka wants to do something she's actively been told she cannot do. And she must come to the realization that she cannot do it. But she can't, and she won't, and she's going to double down on that. As a direct parallel, as an inverted direct parallel, if you will, Kazuya is telling himself he can't do something unless they're dating. Right? He limits himself to this belief that he has to be dating her. Yet again, it's this inability to see these choices that are not in your comfort wheel and don't make sense to you. That you have choices, but you believe you don't. You do have other options. The reality of life, and that's a lot of people kind of have a hard time with, is that you always have another choice. There's no such thing as I only have one choice. There's always another choice. The problem is we can't always see these choices. Kazuya cannot see this choice. Ruka, in contrast, cannot accept the choice she knows she must make. Right? Kazuya cannot see. Kazuya knows, like, Kazuya says the other choices. He just doesn't think he can do it. In contrast, Ruka must accept the choices that, not accept the choices. Ruka must accept that this is over, and she has other choices in the world besides Kazuya, right? Whereas Ruka is so hell-bent on being with Kazuya keeps telling himself he can't do something. Right? He keeps telling himself I don't have this option when he does, just as Ruka keeps telling herself I don't have any other options when she does. That's what I mean about them being inversions. I'd suggest living together right now. If we were dating. You could do that. Why not? Is there an issue with suggesting it? What's the issue with suggesting it? Right? Why do you have to be living together? Why do you have to be dating to suggest living together? You could suggest it. I don't see why not. You could bring Chizuru with you to your place. You could say, hey, could me and Minnie live with you? You have all the extra place. Why not? Would I be imposing on you? Nope, doesn't do any of that. But there's nothing I can do. But there's nothing I can do. I swear Ruka said this chapter. Oh, I still haven't downloaded the chapter. I'll check it later. A cruel world. Damn, dude, why they give her ass a sway? They gave Chizuru's ass a sway, dude. No, I need you to look at this. Look at... Okay, you can't see Chizuru's ass swaying. Look at Chizuru's ass sway. Did you see that shit? What the fuck? Her ass is just... Whoom, whoom, whoom. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, and then Minnie takes action for them. But again, in life, you can't let other people decide things for you. Oh yeah, this guy. Oh yeah, this guy. Dud. Cypher. Cypher. I'm sorry. I just immediately thought of Cypher from Final Fantasy VIII. I just immediately thought of Cypher from Final Fantasy VIII. The way Nagomi said it, Cypher. Kombawa. Jesus, he's massive. Why is this dude so big? His name means Sword of Truth. His name means Sword of Truth. Bitch, what the fuck did I say that the theme of this arc was? Bitch, what the fuck did I say the theme of this arc was? Accepting the truth. Kazuya wants to be a hero. He must wield the Sword of Truth. Bro? Bro? He's been working at our store part-time at our store for the last month and a half. I'm letting him stay in your room. But of course, don't assume you'll have your grandmother in your room forever. Don't assume you'll have your grandmother and your room forever. Again, it's this thematic idea of childhood. You always think, like when you're a kid, you always think you're going to have your room. You always think you're going to have your mom. You always think you're going to have your dad. You think you're going to have your grandma. You take these things for granted. You think you're always going to have this stuff. And then it just disappears. It just poops out of existence. And you don't know what to do with that. Your whole life is flipped over. You don't know how to cope with it. Suddenly this thing you thought you would always have is just gone. It's it's ironic that Kazuya says the world is cruel when he talks about not being able to live with Chizuru when he can. But he doesn't realize the cruel reality that awaits him at home, that this room that he thought he would always have is just kaput. It's just gone. It's not your room anymore. You don't live here. This is reality. This is growing up. This is you losing something you thought you would always have. And it just disappears. Again, this is very much relevant to Ruka's character, a character who cannot come to terms with the truth. She cannot accept the reality of the situation. The fact that this dude is called the Sword of Truth is very much reflective of the truth that Kazuya has not accepted and cannot accept. Hey, this is the reality. Your house is going to disappear. Your grandma may die. You might lose these things. So this again could foreshadow Nagomi dying soon. Right? Like there's a lot of things Kazuya has absolutely taken for granted. And I think Nagomi dying could be thematically in line with that, as he's absolutely taken her for granted. He keeps talking about showing his grandma the play, and he never did. And I think it would be so thematically brutal if he never gets to. He never gets to show her the play. She passes away. And he fails. Right? I think that would be devastating for Kazuya's character. To try to want to introduce his girlfriend to his grandmother, to want to become a grandson she can believe in, and in wasting all this time trying to become these things instead of just living, he ultimately never gets to do any of those things. Here, what's happening, in my opinion, is that this is a prelude. This is Kazuya at this point isn't ready to cope with the reality of his childhood disappearing. In contrast, I think now in the story, the true reality is catching up. So this is more of a prelude, right? We've explained in the past how the cohabitation is kind of like an illusion, right? The cohabitation is kind of like an illusion. It's the thing you want, but it's also kind of not real, right? It's the thing you want. It is happening, but it's also kind of not real because it has a deadline. You didn't really actually say what you felt. You're living together and you're doing that, but it's kind of built on a broken, false foundation. So it's not really, real. This is kind of a parallel to this guy, the Sword of Truth, is his name, Cypher, taking Kazuya's room. That is just a piece, right? What did Kazuya say about Chizuru, right? At first she took one room, then 2 rooms, then 3 rooms, right? The reality of his love for Chizuru started dawning on him, much like this guy took Kazuya's room. In contrast, the thing Kazuya has not experienced that Chizuru has experienced is the loss of her grandmother, is the loss of family. What is Kazuya currently going through in the manga? He's literally being made to experience everything Chizuru experienced. He's currently being made to experience everything Chizuru experienced. And I think the next thing he could possibly experience is the loss of a loved one. It could very well be the loss of a loved one. Nagomi may die by the end of this arc, and I think thematically it would be a good send-off to her character. There's been a lot of undertones of Nagomi's character in the background, and Nagomi coming to terms with her mortality. That's kind of the idea of Hawaiians. It's much of Hawaiians is Nagomi very much coming to terms with her mortality, and that she might not have long to live. So much of the story has foreshadowed Nagomi dying for a while, right? The beginning of the story is Kazuya telling Chizuru Nagomi doesn't have long to live, and he wanted to show her the dream while he could. It would be pretty fucking sad if that never really happens. And Kazuya has to come to terms with the fact that he took a lot of things for granted. I think this also matters for every character. I think Nagomi possibly dying could be really, really important to the narrative right now, to reflect how these characters have taken so much for granted. They've taken so much stuff for granted, that they think these things are just not gonna go away. and they very well might. This, of course, matters to Nagomi, too. Nagomi, as a character, has taken things for granted as well. Or at least she's trying not to. But she's taken her grandson for granted, I would argue. So there's some interesting elements here. So to me, this arc acts as a prelude to childhood. And what I was trying to describe before is that here, Kazuya couldn't come to terms with it. Right? Here, when Kazuya loses his room and is replaced by this guy and loses these things, he can't come to terms with it. He can't accept this reality. He's still kind of a kid on the inside. And Chizuru, in her own ways, instead of accepting the reality of losing things because she's lost so much, she acts like an adult and says, it's okay, it is what it is. Right? Chizuru says, it is what it is. Kazuya just denies the reality, you know? Of course, Nagomi literally says, if the building was torn down, why didn't you just suggest living together? This is the problem with you. You gutless boy. Yeah, no, I don't have unlimited courage. Asking the impossible again. It's not impossible. Right? It's not impossible. Again, you see this element with Nagomi, where Nagomi literally tells him the thing he should fucking do that he's taking for granted. It's not about courage, dude. It's not about courage. It's about not taking things for granted. Like, you lost this house and you think, oh, I'm just never going to see her again, and then you do fucking nothing. And in many ways, Chizuru kind of does nothing too, until she's given an opportunity through Minnie, right? Minnie is still the active figure in the story. Minnie is still actively doing things for them, right? She's kind of ironically, she's kind of the moving force of the narrative. A lot of people attribute the moving force of the narrative to Mami or Ruka. I would argue it's the opposite. Mami, ironically, hinders the narrative actively, but it's framed as though she's moving it forward. Ruka is in many ways kind of the same thing. Ruka is their childhood. Ruka is the aspect that lets them kind of retreat into childishness. She doesn't move things forward. She rather makes them retreat into these uncomfortable territories of taking things for granted. Umi, I would argue, actually kind of moves the plot forward because Umi represents kind of adulthood, right? Umi kind of moves the plot forward because he represents adulthood, and Minnie also moves the plot forward because she's the inversion of Umi. She too kind of represents kind of adulthood and not taking things for granted. And that's particularly what she doesn't like about Chizuru right now, is that she perceives it as though Chizuru is taking things for granted, not realizing it's Kazuya who's taking things for granted. So this element seems to be very, very central, taking things for granted, not appreciating what you have until you ultimately lose it or you almost lose it. I think a powerful consequence that this arc should have is truly losing something. Is truly losing something you did not appreciate. And I think that would be incredibly powerful for this arc, because I think almost losing something and not actually losing it wouldn't have the impact. Right? I think almost losing something and not actually losing it would not have the impact. However, truly losing something and knowing it will never return, you are never getting it back. It is gone, right? It's something you can in some part experience when, when you like something as a kid, and then you got older and you try to go back to it, and it's just not the same. You can't capture the same nostalgia. You can't capture the same feelings. That's why nostalgia is a big thing. A lot of shows try to sell you. They try to sell you this feeling that you used to have. Right? They try to recapture it. And it feels cheap, right? Nostalgia can sometimes feel really fucking cheap. So in this particular case, like, I think what the story is trying to do is that it's evoking a lot of nostalgia, not, and it's trying to get you attached to something. It's trying to get you attached to something, and it's gonna tear all of it away. It's gonna tear all of it away, and in many ways, you might not get it back. I think thematically, this is very important for Ruka's character too, that she is so attached to Kazuya, and in her pursuit of him, she might lose him forever, and just might not get him back. And she probably doesn't realize that, right? In that same way, Chizuru is like not near Kazuya right now, and she's kind of losing him. You know, Chizuru in not being with Kazuya right now is kind of losing him, right? He's kind of drifting away from her. In that same way, Kazuya is kind of losing Chizuru, right? He's kind of not with her. He doesn't realize what she's going through. He's not helping her with her burdens. And I don't mean that in like, oh, they're going to be separated. No, I think the consequence of this arc will be something you can never truly get back. And we're already seeing glimpses of that, right? Kazuya was sexually assaulted. He can never truly get back his first sexual experience. It's gone. That's it. Right? The arc was literally called First Time. And it's gone. His sexual experience is gone now. He can never truly get it back. Right? In that same way, Ruka could very well, like, Ruka didn't lose her first sexual experience, I would argue. She kind of still has it a little bit. She wasn't really getting much of anything from him. But Kazuya did lose something. And so it seems like the thematic idea of this arc is death. I think I even called this when we started the current narrative in the manga. The current arc's narrative is accepting the truth of death. Right? That it is inevitable. It is going to happen. Imagine sexual assault being your first encounter. Okay, let's go back. I kind of didn't read there. But hey, I guess that makes sense. It's been 2 years since I left home. He's a real hard worker. Time is heartless. Time is heartless. I'll look for a new place. Everything is destroying my mental state. Oh my god, what did they do to Chizuru? Oh my god, what did they do to Chizuru? What is that build, brother? What did they fucking do to Chizuru? What the fuck? What the fuck? What is going on? What is the build? What is the walk? What is all of this? Just all of this is not good. Yikes. This one's okay. This shot is okay. Yeah, again, here's another instance of Kazuya taking this for granted. While he goes home and loses his living space, and he feels sad and like the world is tearing him apart, what do you see? You see Chizuru walking home alone at night, getting targeted by people, right? And they say some creepy fucked up shit. Again, it raises the question, aren't you taking this for granted? right? You're so busy feeling sad that you can't live with Chizuru while she's walking home alone at night as creeps hit on her. Right? You're so busy taking this shit for granted. You don't know what the fuck she's going through. Right? While she's fucking struggling her ass off. Like, he's lucky she's tough. Right? He's lucky Chizuru's tough, but he just kind of leaves her alone. He leaves Minnie alone too. He lets two girls walk home alone at night in the middle of fucking Tokyo. Bro, I'd never do that. Bro, I'd never do that. Like, it's not just a matter of, oh, girls are weaker and shit. No, it's just, look, women get targeted by people, okay? If you have the option to be with them and walk them home, then do so. Don't pretend like you can't do anything. Kazuya pretends like he doesn't have power. The sad reality of the world is, when you pretend you don't have power, you can't do anything. Right? When you pretend not to have the power that you do, it'll destroy things. You'll destroy things with power you don't realize you have. You say Nagomi dying within 3 weeks of the manga time right now. So what you she might die on July 11th. Which would be kind of brutal. Or maybe she would die on the 12th. Maybe she would die on the 12th, which is when the manga started. The manga began with Nagomi getting hospitalized. And it'd be so thematically fitting as when you think it's ending, right? You're so busy looking how it's ending, you're missing the death right in front of you. Oh, the music is nice here. I feel like I've heard this before, though. Yeah. Looks even worse from this angle. Oh. Where's the beating? There should be beating here. Where's the beating? Yeah, I mean, there's some stuff in here that I'm not a huge fan of, but... Oh! We cut to Minnie. Okay. We cut to Minnie. She says, wake up, people. Wake up, people. Okay. Decent episode. I would give this episode an 8 out of 10. I think it had a solid start. The episode had a really solid start. And then there's just parts of it that are just really weak. There's just aspects of it that are just really weak in my opinion. I would argue it's kind of near the end, with some of the animation kind of really fumbling. They had like a lot of ass swaying with Chizuru. I don't even know if that's in the original. I'm kind of curious if that's in the original and they're just like copy pastaing it. Okay, it's 249, which again, number for death. All right, 249, painful death. Yeah, there's no ass swaying. Right? Look at this. There's no ass swaying. Why is there so much ass sway? As he gets home. Ooh, they make these dudes even creepier. Oh, dude. They make these dudes like 10. Reishi makes these dudes omega creepy. Reishi makes these dudes omega creepy. Oh, there isn't a heartbeat. It's a clench. Oh, she looks so sad. I think Reiji captured the normal girl feel of Chizuru a lot better than the anime. The anime leaned really hard into, look at the sexy girl, look at that ass sway, brother! That's more of the vibe I get when I look at Chizuru in the anime. Just look at that ass sway, brother! But in the manga, it's a lot more, she's just a normal girl. And it makes the creepiness so much more effective. It makes these creepy dudes so much more effective. Because you are like, okay, she's just a normal girl walking through fucking Tokyo, and there's a whole bunch of creeps around her. Jesus Christ. And it's like, imagine how much she gets hit on. She works a job where she has to be out at night. She's probably been hit on 1 billion times. And like, Kazuya never considers how this might bother her. Again, a bunch of shit he takes for granted. Minnie is also kind of taking some shit for granted right now, right? She's taking not having a home for granted, right? Yeah, and I think when the anime ends, as a reversal of them living together, something else is going to happen. Right? As a reversal of them living together, something else is going to happen. Okay, decent episode. She's doing the smooth criminal. I got a Discord thread for you to read when the episode is done. It's more interesting than things I have written before. Don't know if it has any relevance, but Nagomi was born in 1942. Well, I don't think that really matters. Where did Minnie go at this time? She was gonna just stay with a friend. She was gonna just stay with one of the friends. With what? They already separate. Or else is something happening. Maybe the house gets sold. Right? Instead of moving in together, the house gets sold. Ooh, maybe that's it. Oh. Instead of Nagomi dying, the house gets sold. No, the house is not sold. The house is not sold yet. She put it up for sale. The house is not sold yet. She put it up for sale. It's not yet sold. She put it up for sale. No, she said that already. The house gets sold. The thing they shared, Kazuya took for granted, and now it's gone. That could work. That could thematically work. Instead of Nagomi dying, the house is just gone. And you'll never, ever get it back. That would be interesting. Okay, so instead of Nagomi dying, Kazuya loses his house. This makes some sense. Sold the house. Chizuru's grandparents gone forever. Yeah. Just as Chizuru's grandparents are gone forever, the house is sold. And it's just goodbye house, never seeing it again ever. Right? I've always defended Umi. In these last few chapters, I made a fool of myself. I still don't think Umi's evil. I think Umi is the calm and calculated element of Chizuru that I think he feels he needs to be like this. I think Umi is a character that feels the need to be very calm and calculated. And it might disguise how emotionally vulnerable he is. Right? Maybe Umi is emotional. But he's always calm and calculated. And I think the reason I say this is because we're always describing Chizuru as the Iron Maiden. Right? We're always describing Chizuru as the Iron Maiden. Right? She always appears calm and calculating. But she isn't, and you know she isn't. Umi might be kind of the inverse of that. Where Umi is very Umi is a character that appears very calm and calculating, like constantly, to the point that he never seems to show much emotion. Huh. Yeah, why? Sure. Okay. Yeah, so we know Chizuru isn't um all calm and calculating, right? She feels things. Ruka is Kazuya's um Ruka is like the flip of Kazuya, where she really is a kid and she's going to lose this thing that she wants and she can't let go to the point of it being destructive. She's Kazuya's worst tendencies, right? Ruka is basically Kazuya's worst tendencies. Reflected back at him in the worst ways, right? Whereas Kazuya is in action, Ruka is extreme action, right? Because she doesn't want to take the real action she wants to take. Umi could reflect Chizuru's own extreme of he's too calm and calculating, right? Umi could reflect that extreme. He's too calm and calculating, right? He always seems to be under control and never lets emotions get the better of him, right? So that would be the opposite of Mommy, where Mommy is very emotionally driven, right? Mommy is doing everything she's doing because of emotion. She's very, very emotionally driven. Like, that is Mommy's whole thing. She's incredibly emotionally driven. Umi, it never seems to be about emotion. With Umi, it never seems to be about emotion. Even when he confesses his love, it never seems to be about emotion. He barely lets his emotions out. And so you don't know how to feel. He is, in my opinion, the encapsulation. He is the encapsulation of Chizuru's issue of being emotionally, of appearing emotionally unavailable. You know, he appears emotionally shut off from you. That's kind of how Umi feels, and it makes a lot of the ways he interacts with characters come off as really creepy and robotic. Right? When you talk, I think that's why a lot of people see Umi this way. I don't think he is this way. I think he's just appears this way. I think Umi does have emotions, but he literally is an encapsulation of Chizuru's issue of being like so emotionally awkward or so calculating in his emotions because he doesn't want to get things wrong, maybe, that he comes off kind of like a creep. Umi is a master of the poker face, right? And maybe I think that could be Umi's deal, is that he's so he's so used to being like this, of following a pattern of playing an act, that he doesn't know how to emotionally connect and understand people. Not because he can't, but maybe because he doesn't know like how to, per se. you know? But his facts and logic are usually very on point, you know? Because that's the thing I always seem to feel is missing with Umi's character whenever we interact with him. There's moments of it, absolutely. There's moments of it, absolutely. But a lot of times when you're interacting with Umi's character, an element of emotion seems to kind of be missing, especially when he confesses. Right? When he confesses, it doesn't feel like he's really confessing. Right? When he confesses to Chizuru, it doesn't feel like he's really confessing. It's like, do you actually love her? It doesn't feel like you love her. And I feel like that's because maybe Umi doesn't know how to express his emotions. Or maybe these aren't his real emotions. Maybe he's hiding his real feelings for some reason. Right? I don't know. It's kind of hard to pin down, but I think we're kind of starting to get there. Right? I think Umi represents Chizuru's cold exterior. Right? I think Umi represents Chizuru's cold exterior. Whereas Ruka represents Kazuya's like okay, so Chizuru's deep flaw is like the cold exterior she seemingly presents. Kazuya's deep flaw is what? What does Ruka represent again? I think I've said it before. What does Ruka represent for Kazuya? His inaction? No. Umi is a product of Chizuru's actions. Ruka is a product of Kazuya's inaction. Umi is Kazuya's Ooh, I think I get it. Umi is a reflection of Chizuru's appearance of lack of emotion. Ruka is a reflection of Kazuya's super emotional state. Okay. Ruka is extreme emotion. Umi is a lack of emotion. Ruka is childish. Umi is mature. Okay. I think we're starting to kind of get there. Right? I think we're kind of starting to get there. Umi and Ruka are extremes aspects of Chizuru and Kazuya's characters, respectively. Okay. So we're starting to kind of get there. They're kind of extreme aspects of these characters, but in some ways, Ruka reflects Chizuru and Kazuya reflects Umi. We're starting to get there, but I don't feel like we have all the pieces yet. Now, it's really interesting that Umi says he's really curious. A lot. And Ruka is presented as a cat here. What is a very common phrase? Curiosity killed the cat. Right? Is it curiosity killed the cat? Is that the phrase? Or is it got the cat? Yeah, it's killed the cat. Next chapter is 429. Oh. That could be important. That could be important. Okay. Umi is emotionally ambiguous. Umi is the master of the poker face. It's like he's trying to shatter his own false narrative that Chizuru is all perfect Alan's by doing so. It shows himself he doesn't need to do anything at all. He just needs to be himself. Could you rephrase that? I don't know who you're specifically talking about or what you're specifically talking about. On a scale of 1 to 10, how good or bad is my Discord theory? I haven't read it yet. I wouldn't know. I think I found a better way to piece my thoughts. I think the point of Umi right now is he wants to shatter his perception of who Chizuru is. He wants to see just how imperfect she actually is, so he can stop treating her like a damsel in distress. And the only way to get the information he wants is Kazuya. But because Kazuya won't ever give that information, because his deal is he's trying to preserve his view of Chizuru through his feelings of betrayal, grief, and self-doubt. So his would get so Umi wouldn't get that info he wants to get from the next person that's closest to Kazuya and bank on them knowing the information Kazuya himself would shatter. Okay, you're writing like these are like your sentences are like running over each other, and I don't know what the fuck you're trying to say half the time. You gotta really learn to like work on your sentence structure so I can just kind of understand what you're trying to say. Umi wants to cling to what he thinks is all that's left. Umi, in my opinion, represents that Chizuru isn't perfect. He says Chizuru is perfect, but I think he knows Chizuru isn't perfect because he saw how imperfect she is at a later point, or sorry, at an earlier point. At an earlier point, Umi already saw how imperfect Chizuru is. That he asked her if she loved Kazuya, and she told him, "I don't like him, but I don't not like him." And it's like, what the fuck is that ambiguity? And that in of itself is a flaw. It'd be interesting if Umi doesn't see that as a flaw, right? But Umi to me is, in my opinion, possibly a representation of Chizuru's flaws as a person, right? He literally is a representation of Chizuru's flaws as a person, just as Ruka is a representation of Kazuya's flaws. Right? Whether it be the actions or inactions they take, or they represent an aspect of them that they themselves fear. Umi, okay. False narrative, which is Umi, and he wants to cling on to what he thinks is all that's left by any means necessary, even if it destroys them, which is Kazuya, the person who's written in the way, blah. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time. Getting the hero's journey ending is seeking freedom, and our protagonist is having, like you always say, backwards hero's journey by locking himself in his own purgatory. Okay. If you want me to like understand it a little better, just restructure your sentence or your little paragraph just so I can read it a little better. Long story short, Umi is trying to get information from Kazuya, but Kazuya won't tell any, so the next best person, Ruka, is... I don't think that's true. It doesn't really make much sense because when Umi fishes for info from Kazuya does kind of tell him. Right? The one thing he wanted to ask Kazuya told him. Did you guys kiss? Yup. Up. Okay. That tells me all I need to know. What a weird girl. Walks away. I don't think Umi's trying to shatter Chizuru as the perfect heroine. He's trying to just understand her because she doesn't make sense to him. He's just fascinated by her. She's just interesting to him. He's just trying to understand her. He just finds her really interesting. That's all. He just genuinely finds her interesting. He doesn't get her. He just wants to understand. Things just don't make sense to him. It is interesting that we first see Ruka in shadows, and then we see Umi in light. But then the role flips again. He's in shadows, she's in light. Right, and the framing makes him pretty sinister. The way he walks up to her is pretty sinister. He's wearing all black. It's literally giving you all the wrong signals. Your performance in the Ultramarine constellation was very good. No, it seems to be very specifically connected to Kazuya and the relationship Ruka has with Kazuya. Umi presents himself as very okay. I think Umi also represents Chizuru's selfish desires to want to know things. Right? Chizuru wants to know a lot of things but never asks directly, right? That's another thing. Okay, there we go. I'm starting to kind of get it a little more. Umi represents that aspect of Chizuru. Chizuru is very curious about a lot of things. There's a lot of things that are really interesting to her that she wants to know about, and she never asks. She never looks into it. She only tries to ask passively, but she wants to know, and she doesn't. In that same way, Umi also represents that for Kazuya, as Kazuya is also a character who wants to know a lot of things, but doesn't say them. So Umi is the questions Kazuya and Chizuru refuse to ask, right? Umi asks the questions Kazuya and Chizuru don't ask. Chizuru created Umi specifically because she rejected him, and then he goes and interacts with Kazuya, which in turn leads to him interacting with Ruka. Umi is a byproduct of Chizuru's actions, right? Because Chizuru rejects him in the way that she does, right? What does it lead to? It leads to Umi going to Kazuya, which then leads to him going to Ruka, which sets all of this in motion. Right? So couldn't you say Chizuru kind of set all of this in motion without meaning to? Umi is a representation of Chizuru's actions. Ruka is a representation of Kazuya's inaction. Umi is ambiguous, mysterious, confusing, so you don't understand him. In that same way, that also aligns with Chizuru, right? Umi's ambiguity aligns well with Chizuru's ambiguity. You don't get it, right? In that same way, Umi often keeps his hands in his pockets, right? So I think that could in many ways represent maybe his lack of trust of people, right? He lies to people very openly, probably because he doesn't really fully trust them, right? Umi in many ways could represent Chizuru's struggle of trust. This fits very well because Kazuya doesn't trust Chizuru because of Umi, right? So Umi could represent like an extreme of Chizuru in that regard. Is Umi hiding something in his hands? No, not literally. When you put your hands in your pocket, you're literally not showing your hand, right? Think of it like when you're playing cards, right? You're hiding your hand, right? People don't know what's your hand. That's what I mean, right? It's the same as so for example, when you cross your arms, you convey a body language of defensiveness, right? You're conveying a sense of defensiveness when you cross your arms. When you put your hands in your pockets, it conveys that you're hiding something, right? Right. He looks like he's trying to look cool, but there's a thematic idea to Umi always having his hands in his pockets. He might have something in his hands. No, he doesn't, because he's been doing this since the beginning of the series. Or not the beginning, since the movie arc. He's been doing it since the movie arc. He always puts his hands in his pockets. He's been doing it since the movie arc. So no, no. It's not that he might have something in his hands, it's that his hands represent that he's hiding something. Not literally, not a physical thing that he's literally hiding, but rather that he's keeping his hand hidden. He's literally keeping his cards in his sleeves or something like that. Umi's card is in his sleeves, just like his emotions. He's so great at hiding because he's an actor. He's trained to turn his emotions on and off at will for what the scene needs. Pretty much, yeah. Right? But what's interesting about that is that does that make him a fake person? Right? This is really interesting. I think this is why this line Ruka says here kind of ticks him off. This description, Ruka describes him as a fake person, right? She associates being a fake person to Umi, and that kind of seemingly ticks him off, right? It's clear this kind of bothers him, and I think that's kind of important, right? There's a reason she says people cheat despite saying how much they love you. They call themselves a loving partner, all while not really caring about you. What about Kazuya-kun? He instantly counters this, right, by specifically targeting Kazuya. At the very least, it looks like he's hitting it off pretty well with both of you. How is he any different from these fake people you talk about, right? The fact that he's labeled as a fake person and turns it back around in many ways shows he understands what it means to be fake and what it means to be real. And he's not really fake in that regard. I think this conversation with Umi and Ruka is going to age really well in the future. I think this conversation is going to age really well in the future. Okay, so I guess we can do some analysis. We got some time, so we can do some analysis. Sorry, just gotta ban this person. It's fucking bot. So let's read what Mute wrote. This is an analysis and review with a satisfaction rating of 428. The theme this time is, even though Umi is acting for Chizuru's sake, why is it misleading that he's trying to separate Chizuru and Kazuya? This time we will look at Umi's psychology. Okay. The cover illustration of Ruka crying at Hawaiians reflects her current feelings. While sharing a boat with the enemy usually means two enemies being in the same boat, this is different. It suggests that Ruka has always fought alone and that this will continue to be the case. But she opened up to him, so she clearly doesn't want to be alone anymore. The idea that Umi learned Ruka's name by seeing her name tag is a bit far-fetched. This is because there has never been any description of a name tag before. Yeah, that's how Ruka associates it with. I think he might have learned it a different way. Huh. Maybe that's an illusion. That could be real. Or it could be bait. That's an interesting thing. I was thinking that too. Right? Ruka thinks it's her name tag. Right? It pans to her name tag. It makes you think it's her name tag. What if it isn't her name tag? What was the line before the preview title for Crumpy did? Oh, yeah. Okay, let's talk about that really quick. Okay, so from the top, there's text right here. Let me pull up Crumpy. Yeah, so let's read the text here really quick. Okay. Umi visited Kazuya and Ruka's part-time job to talk about that day. Okay. Here for Ruka, it says, if only I could just run away by myself. But she knows she can't. Okay, final page. Ruka lays bare a resolve that leaked out from the cry of her heart. Resolve. Okay, there seems to be a thematic idea of resolve. Okay, Ruka lays bare a resolve that leaked out from the cry of her heart. Which, you know, leaked, crying. Like I said, I kind of described this as though Ruka is sitting in her own tears. We see Kazuya sweating. Okay. There's a break next week. Interesting. Oh, and if Umi saw the... It's right in front of us. This is so stupid. It's right... Reiji tells you the answer in front of your face. This is so stupid. It's right there. It's so dumb. Ruka thinks Umi got her name from her name tag, but that doesn't make sense. Umi then proceeds to say, I saw your performance in Ultramarine Constellation. You just look at the credits, you can see her name. That's where he got it. Ruka misattributes where Umi got her name. Reiji tells you the answer right there. The answer is in front of your face. You just don't realize. That's why Umi is in shadow. Ruka is assuming based on things that she understands. But Umi said her name before she turned. Umi said her name before she faced him. So how could he have ever seen her name tag? That's what the line means? At the very least, this is what that could imply. That's where Umi got her name. That's where Umi got her name. Okay. Right? Ruka assumes it's the name tag. The chapter framing misleads you to thinking it's the name tag. And then proceeds to give you the actual answer of where he got it. This makes the most sense. He just saw the movie. And then he just went to the character's name and then just looked at the credits of the character and he's like, Ruka Sarishna. Does he say Chun or Sun? He says Sun. Right? It's clear Ruka is younger than him and yet he calls her Sun, not Chun. I think that's why maybe Umi looks so smart here. That's why he looks so confident here. Damn, I'm so cool. I figured it out. Right? He's like, yeah, I'm so cool. I said the right name. I'm so clever. That's kind of funny, actually. With that context, it's kind of fucking funny. That he's like, oh yeah, I'm so fucking clever. I figured it out. Look at me, Mr. Detective Man. He's so proud of himself. And Ruka thinks it's the fucking name tag. And then he's like, yeah, boy, look at me. I'm so fucking proud of myself. And then that's why he says that here. Right? That's why he says that here. And he thinks, Ruka will have Ruka's going to figure out that's how I got her name. That's why I'm so fucking cool. He's trying to look cool. And she misses it completely. Instead, Ruka's like, I'm so smart. I know who he is. I'm so smart. They're both glazing themselves. That's literally... Oh my god, that's the point of this scene. They're both glazing themselves. Ruka's like, I'm so smart, I know who he is. Umi's like, I'm so smart, I figured out who she is. That's why Umi's smiling like this. He thinks he looks so fucking cool now that he's figured out her name. He's like, I'm so fucking cool, I figured out her name. The scene is funny because of dramatic irony. The scene is really funny because of that dramatic irony. They both think they're so smart. Right? Ruka's literally like, I'm so smart. He's Chizur's friend. He's one of the actors she works with. He came to Karaoke Village that one time. Now remember, I'm so smart. Umi's probably thinking the same exact thing. I saw her from this play. That's how I knew her name. Oh yeah, I'm so fucking smart. Oh my god, it's so funny. Umi frames it like an adult. Ruka looks like a kid. They're inverses of each other. That's fucking hilarious. They literally mirror each other. That's fucking hilarious. Whereas Ruka, like, doesn't actually do detective work. She just pieces two and two together. Umi like goes to a fucking thing and like digs it up. He's like, oh yeah, I'm so fucking cool. That's really funny. That's so funny. They're talking at each other, not to each other. And Ruka doesn't realize she did something similar to Umi. Umi appears adult, but he's kind of childish. Ruka also kind of appears adult, but she's also kind of childish. Huh. Okay, well, we're starting to piece some stuff together, so that's good. We're starting to piece some stuff together, so that's good. A firmness of purpose, aka willpower of dedication, referring to resolve. Okay. Here, one second. I'm gonna use the restroom. Okay. That's maybe what the last line at the end about Ruka's resolve from the heart. A firmness of purpose, willpower, or dedication. But no, this is so funny now. Like, with this new context of Umi thinking he's so fucking smart that he figured it out, doesn't it make him look fucking hilarious? Like, I swear, doesn't this make Umi look fucking hilarious in retrospect? That he thinks he's so smart when Ruka didn't even catch it. Ruka didn't even catch the fucking play, right? He thought he did this play. He thought he was so fucking cool. Ruka didn't even catch it. Right? It flew right over her head. I think that's fucking hilarious. And then whenever he's just talking, Ruka's just like, "Oh, motherfucker's doing a play. Fuck you." I think it literally shows Umi doesn't know how to convey his emotions very well. And that kind of parallels Chizuru, who also struggles to convey her emotions very well, right? She also has a hard time saying what she wants to say. I think that kind of shows that, you know, Umi might not be so bad. He just has a hard time conveying himself very well. Now, the framing and the presentation is that Umi and Ruka feel the same way. Right, the framing in the presentation is that Umi and Ruka seemingly feel the same way, right? That they're very attached to their significant other. I think this is where this is not true. I think this is where this is not true, because this is where we introduce a different element. Ruka would be like, I shouldn't tell him anything because Kazuya would get mad at me. Umi doesn't seemingly have this concern. Why? Right? To him, Chizuru would not be upset if he did what he did here. Right? He doesn't think what he's doing is wrong. Why? Right? He doesn't view what he's doing as wrong, whereas Ruka thinks telling Umi would be wrong and Kazuya would be upset at her. I think that's kind of important. Right? I think that's kind of important. That there is this inherent contrast Between if Ruka says something, it's wrong, but if Umi asks questions, it's not wrong. Why? And I think it's because Umi doesn't think what he's doing is wrong, and to him, I think he thinks he might be like addressing an issue. You know? He thinks he might be addressing an issue. So he doesn't view what he's doing as wrong. That, or you could just assume Umi's malicious, but I don't think so. Right? I've just kind of been adamantly against that idea from the start. It doesn't feel like this is how Reiji writes. Reiji's pretty direct when a character is malicious. Right? He's been pretty fucking open when a character is malicious. You know? And with Umi, it's like Kazuya already thinks he's malicious. Right? Kazuya already has the interpretation that Umi's bad news. But then he also, like, idolizes him in a really weird way. I think if Umi isn't Kazuya's ideal, while at the same time not necessarily being malicious, it would be very thematically interesting. Right? Umi is neither an enemy nor an ally. He's not something to worship because he's a human being. At the same time, he's not necessarily a good person per se either. He also does some stuff that could theoretically be considered bad. This could very well be considered a break of trust. What he's doing here could very well be considered a break of trust. Just as what Ruka is doing, she knows if she told Umi, it would be a break of trust. Where should she create another manga after the Shuji family children? How the fuck should I know? I don't know. How the hell should I know? Maybe. I don't see why not. Umi didn't come... Okay, The idea that Umi learned Ruka's name by saying her name tag is a bit far-fetched. This is because this was never been in the description of the name tag before. Many stories don't require name tags for privacy reasons. Wearing one under a jacket would be difficult to see and therefore unnatural. Umi didn't come to the screening of Marine Constellation. Ruka thinks Umi watched the movie on DVD. However, it's unlikely that Chizuru's movie would be released on a commercial DVD. If Umi had watched the independent-produced DVD and thought Ruka's acting was good, it would have been more natural for him to have found out about Ruka's name from the credits, right? So that would be the indication. Now, I could have sworn they removed Ruka's scenes. I gotta check that. If that's the case, if they actually removed Ruka's scenes, then it doesn't make sense for him to know about Ruka's acting. Then that would flip the whole scene on its head, which would imply he researched something completely. Oh no! Wait, maybe this scene isn't as. Oh no! Oh no! Okay. We gotta check something. I'm a little concerned now. Oh no! We gotta check something. I'm mildly concerned now. Okay, so it would be 166. No, it's 167. I think this is when we hear about Ruka's part. Okay. Ruka was there. I could have sworn they cut Ruka's part. I could have sworn that they cut Ruka's part. Where do we hear it? I swear to God, they cut Ruka's part in the movie. I swear they did. Okay. Maybe it's here. Okay, not here. Maybe it's during the part where... Maybe it's during this. Ooh, they go to the beach on Ruka's birthday. Ooh, thanks to Yamori-san's scheming, she got left behind. That kind of fits. Oh, maybe it's maybe it's after. Okay, maybe I'm looking in the wrong place. Okay, maybe I'm looking in the wrong place. Huh, I just realized. Ruka hugs him, he doesn't hug her, and this scene actually directly parallels the cheer update. Chizuru hugs him, he doesn't hug her. Fuck, Reishi's a mastermind. What the fuck? Dude, what the fuck? And then it's called back to right after. Jesus Christ. Okay, maybe it's here. Where is it? Where do we hear when Ruka's role was cut? I could have sworn this was a thing. We already debunked it, but I fixed the punctuation and breaking points. Didn't Kazuya tell Chizuru the edited Ruka out? I think it was earlier when the director asked what to do with her shots, and Kazuya told them very fast, just delete them, it's fine. When? Oh, wait, during the actual filming? Oh, maybe. Maybe it's during the actual filming. Okay. Okay. Maybe it's during the actual filming of her scenes, which would be. Okay. We have 2 spots to check. Okay. My God, her name is fucking Kyoko. My God, her name is fucking Kyoko. Like, just straight up Maison Ikoku? Okay. Okay, so nothing here. Is it the scene after 1:30? I don't know. We saw Ruka in the theater and she looked happy. I don't think she would be happy if her screen was cut. Like all the deleted scenes of the movie credits. I don't know. Where the fuck is it? That's hard. Okay. Okay, when Ruka comes back. $43? No, 44. Okay, it's just the name. So 244 then. Let's try that. That's a possible one. The movie was being discussed then anyway. Nothing. Where was it? I could have sworn I read that somewhere. Maybe someone said it. Maybe someone's commented here. Let's check. Let's see, does someone commented here? DVDs were one of the backer tiers. Not everyone can get to the theater. I assume Umi backed it to get copy and support Chizuru. Huh. Strange. Maybe a Mandela effect? No, I swear I heard that. I could have swear I heard that. I'm like sure about it. I'm sure about it. I could have sworn I heard it. Oh, I know a place I can check. I know a place I can check. Ask Sim AI. It'll probably work. Pass. However, that asking checking on Twitter might not be such a good idea. Was Ruka cut from the film? Rent a girlfriend. See? Doesn't even give me the right thing. Movie. Okay. Let's write movie. See, it doesn't even give me the correct information. Ruka Sarishna movie. Son of a bitch. Look at it later. I'll check it later. I think that's important. Looking back at this, I think that's important. That Umi says he saw her performance in Ultramarine Constellation was very good. He watched the DVD movie. All right. He also helped with a retweet. Okay, let's just keep going. Umi knows that Chizuru was living with Kazuya, that they kissed, and that Chizuru has feelings for Kazuya, but he deliberately uses vague language like, they seem to be getting along well when talking to Ruka. This is because he respects Chizuru's sense of morality and doesn't want to easily talk about her private life to others, and he doesn't intend to hurt Ruka. Yeah, so that's another thing. I mentioned this too. Umi could have just told Ruka about them living together. He could have told them about a lot of this stuff, but he doesn't, and I feel like that's intentional. I'm gonna ask Mute right here. I'll just be like, hey, was okay. Umi isn't trying to corner Ruka. He's guiding her to realize on her own that I can't beat Chizuru, it's impossible. This isn't Umi's malice, it's to avoid hurting Ruka. He's also balancing things out, taking Chizuru's secret and Kazuya's position into consideration. No, I don't think so. This I don't agree with. I agree with the earlier assessment. I don't agree with this conclusion. Key point this time, Umi knows about the relationship between Chizuru and Kazuya, so he's curious about the relationship between Ruka and Kazuya, and has already suspected that Kazuya is two-timing. However, Umi does not want to unnecessarily disturb Chizuru-chan by confirming this with her. The reason he doesn't want to stir things up unnecessarily is because it would hurt Chizuru. If Umi wanted to separate Kazuya and Chizuru, it would be more convenient for him to stir things up. Because if Chizuru found out that Kazuya was seeing two people at once, her heart would drift away from Kazuya. Although in reality, Chizuru knows about Ruka, so that won't happen. Umi carefully chooses his words when asking Ruka if Kazuya is getting along well with both of them, rather than cheating. This is to confirm Kazuya's feelings for Chizuru. He is not trying to tell Chizuru that Kazuya is cheating. Conversely, if Kazuya were two-timing, he would think that in order to make Chizuru love come true, he would have to end his relationship with Ruka. This is Umi's role in this situation. Oh. Interesting. So that's why he would try to define Kazuya's relationship with Ruka so badly, right? He just wants to know what kind of relationship they have. And if so, he would try to be a guiding force. But now that he knows the true nature of their relationship, what would that do? Kazuya thinks that Umi likes Chizuru, which is why he's curious about her relationship. Ruka thinks that Umi likes Chizuru, which is why he's curious about her relationship with Kazuya and asking her questions, and that she might be able to fight alongside Umi. This is where the reader is misled. Yeah, so a lot of Ruka's assumptions and conclusions are incorrect. Even if Ruka was cut from the film, the fact that she assumes it's from her name tag alone tells you that her conclusion is already incorrect. If that's the case, then even the cover title could, even the cover page could be incorrect and misleading. Okay. Oh. We're so busy looking at Ruka crying here. We're missing something kind of important. She's covering her eyes. She's covering her eyes. She doesn't see anything. Oh, okay. Ruka learns that Chizuru and Kazuya are growing closer, and she calmly reevaluates herself, realizing that she is not Kazuya's girlfriend, that he never loved her, and that she can't compete with Chizuru. Up to this point, Umi's guidance has been successful. Ruka senses that Chizuru doesn't like Umi. Therefore, even if they fight together and Chizuru and Kazuya are separated, Ruka knows that Chizuru and Umi will never be together. So there's no point in fighting together. Now that Ruka has confessed that she is a fake girlfriend, she will probably tell Umi about the circumstances in the next chapter. When Umi learns this, that Kazuya isn't two-timing him and that Ruka and Kazuya have a twisted relationship, readers who see Umi as the villain will argue that Umi is trying to make Ruka Kazuya's girlfriend, not just temporary one, so that he can have Chizuru for himself. However, that logic is flawed, because even if Kazuya and Chizuru broke up, there's no guarantee that Chizuru will fall for Umi. Yeah. Rather, it's more rational for Umi to think, I want to end this fake relationship and have Chizuru be happy. Ruka's heart is already on the verge of breaking, but Umi still has information that Ruka doesn't know, such as Chizuru and Kazuya living together and kissing. These things may be mentioned in future developments. Yeah, I mean, I've thought this too. Umi's goal is to find the reason why Chizuru and Kazuya's relationship isn't progressing and eliminate it. Umi's actions are to see Chizuru smile, not to steal her away from Kazuya. Umi doesn't want to corner Ruka and force her to break up with Kazuya, but rather wants Ruka to make that decision herself. Oh, what if in Umi trying to get them to break up, he makes things worse because he forces Ruka to get hurt. And that results in some of these issues that Kazuya and Chizuru didn't want. Next time I'm really curious. It's probably Umi's reaction to Ruka's words about her being his temporary girlfriend, but it seems a little lighthearted. I wonder if the discussion won't be too serious. The next chapter will be on hiatus, but the author will continue drawing. It's a regular break to build up a stock on manuscripts. No, see, even he thought it was like something like that. Anything here? I saw something. This is not her current heart rate. It is the screenshot she took back in 407. in her locker room. It's important, however, because Umi will see and she'll come clean about her medical condition. Oh, wait a fucking second. Oh, wait a fucking second. Ruka has never told anyone about her medical condition. What if she tells Umi? Oh, this is interesting, actually. Wait. This could be really, really interesting. Ruka's whole reasoning for loving Kazuya is her medical condition. Her heart rate. That's intentionally shown to you. Oh. Wait a fucking second. What if that's brought up? It was right in front of us. Ooh. And that would be quite curious. Okay, that's an interesting development. There was no depiction of Ruka setting a screenshot of her phone's wallpaper, so many readers misunderstood this scene as showing her heart rate while talking to Umi. Since this panel is important as it shows what made Ruka fall in love with Kazuya, there might be a scene where Umi asks her about it. Yeah, what made you fall in love with him? Right, he would ask her, what made you fall in love with him? And she would say, well, my heart rate was always high with him. Why would that be interesting? Well, Ruka's heart has beat in other places. Oh boy. Ruka's heart has beat in other places, so I could see Umi trying to disprove Ruka being in love with him. Because he's going to be like, well, I bet there's other things that could make your heart beat. I bet that is real. And then that would shatter Ruka's childish reality. Because what has Umi been doing? He's been actively unraveling Ruka's character. He's been tearing her a fucking sunder. So Umi would probably argue with, well, I bet there's other things that could make your heart beat. And I bet it's not just Kazuya. And he would find a way to prove that. Right? He'd probably point out, there's probably been other moments where your heart has beat. There's probably a moment where your heart beat and like, oh, this thing happened and this thing happened and your heart beat. Or maybe you just tricked yourself. You just tricked yourself into thinking you love him. And that would like shatter Ruka. That would wreck Ruka, dude. Right? If she realizes, or if she gets told that she doesn't fucking love him, right? Ruka said in this chapter, Kazuya never loved her. What if Umi flips that on his head and he's like, you never loved him. You just kind of tricked yourself into loving him. Right? Have you ever actually loved him? Oh, geez. Okay. And that would prove my theory that Ruka interacting with the water would lose all of her luster. Oh, Reiji baited you in, making you think Ruka and Umi are gonna team up. In reality, Umi is gonna wreck Ruka. Like, utterly shatter her entire belief system. And she's gonna lose, she would theoretically, in that sense, die. Because she would lose the very thing that drove her to do all of this number that she kept getting on her phone. Umi would shatter that. What has Umi been doing this whole fucking time? He's been unraveling and tearing Ruka's bias and arguments to fucking shreds. The chapter starts with Ruka fundamentally misunderstanding where his stance even came from. Umi's gonna rip her a fucking new one. Well, that's a terrible phrasing. He's gonna wreck her. There we go. Right? She's literally going to lose all of her luster. Right? Ruka's name means lapis lazuli. You put a lapis lazuli in water long enough, it removes the dyes, it removes the colors, it removes the minerals that are on the rock to make it glow blue and pretty. And then it turns to nothing but a black rock. Umi's name literally corrodes Ruka. He's going to tear her apart. He's already been doing that. Oh, man. Would that not put a danger in Ruka because when you're fucking depressed, because she really has a medical condition? That's gonna be really interesting. I wonder if Kazuya, like, will see this, and try to like help Ruka in some way, and he just can't. You know. So I think Ruka's gonna die here, quote unquote. She's not actually gonna die, but like Ruka, as you understand her, is gonna die. Right? It's literally as a thematic parallel to the midpoint of the hero's journey. The character as you knew them is dead. Umi is going to end her. And I think people will cheer. I think people who don't like Ruka are going to cheer here. And I think that would also thematically match perfectly with the idea of growing up, right? That your childhood fantasy has a limit. Umi is going to break that limit. Or not break the limit, like he's gonna you've hit the limit point and you can't go any further. Okay. I think that kind of makes some sense. It matches perfectly with the descriptions I've had. And God, I'm actually like really fucking calm right now, so that kind of helps. I've been like really tired and sleep deprived the past few days. So today, like, I've today like if you'll notice the way I'm speaking, the way I'm enunciating myself, it's quite different from yesterday's stream. So that's why like this conclusion just makes more sense, cuz yesterday I sat down and I started editing my video a little bit. I'm like, "Bro, what the fuck am I saying? Half of this shit's wrong." Right? I feel like I should I feel like I should edit videos more and listen to myself more, because I was listening to myself yesterday and I'm like, dude, half of your conclusions are stupid. Shut the fuck up. Like, this is literally what I was saying to myself. And I'm like, damn, I need some fucking sleep. Isn't there an alternate explanation that he's looking into Ruka's situation to see if Kazuya is a bad guy and they should try to save Chizuru from? I don't know, because he's always treated Kazuya like a friend. And I think what Umi would try to do is rehabilitate Kazuya into a good guy, you know? Because Chizuru loves him. You know, Chizuru loves him, and Chizuru clearly cares for him, and he doesn't want Chizuru unhappy, so he tried to rehabilitate Kazuya into a good guy. But if he can stop Ruka from being a problem for them, right? If he can see the nonsense of Ruka's situation and be like, "Hey, yo, fucking cut this shit out," it could end up being like the thing that like we think is what we want, but it isn't. You know. Because he's never outright treated Kazuya like a bad guy, nor has Kazuya ever presented himself like a bad guy, but it's not an unvalid interpretation. I think that's a valid interpretation. I don't think Umi is either on Kazuya's side or against him. Again, I've said this too. I don't think Umi is particularly on Kazuya's side or against him. He's like the ocean. The ocean isn't on your side, but it's not particularly against you either, right? The sea can help you just as much as it can kill you. Right? But it is something to explore and to live, not something to fear. I believe his stance is simply that he's assessing the situation in order to protect Chizuru. So I don't see him as a villain, but rather as someone whose role is to mediate the relationship between Kazuya and Chizuru. I don't disagree per se. He's not necessarily a good guy or a bad guy. He's not an ally or an enemy. I've never really interpreted Umi like that. It's kind of why, like, ironically, I don't agree with much of Mute's analysis, but this is one of the few that I've actually kind of liked. Right? Mute makes some good points here. Umi's destroying the imagination machine. Yeah, and even Eddie Man mentioned something like this, that when Kazuya said he would just he like when Kazuya said in 426 that this was all gonna come to an end, right? Where was it? Right here. Right as I found myself on the verge of tears, thinking that if my wish came true, I wouldn't need anything else, there was one thing about to put a stop to it all. The last great wave was about to rise. I think what this is saying is going to put an end to Kazuya's illusion, right? It's going to put an end to Kazuya's illusion. That's what this could be. And I think in Kazuya seeing Ruka so defeated, it could trigger something in him and result in the real change. So, Umi could actually be the mentor figure, like I suspected, for the hero's journey. If Ruka gets wrecked, then what happens? Ruka's going to forget the sexual assault of Kazuya, and Kazuya's sexual assault won't get resolved. No, I don't think so. I think maybe she might start seeing the horror of what she did. Umi might show her what she fucking did to him. That could be an aspect here. That Umi revealed, like in Umi shattering her illusion, it could start showing her what she did to him, right? He could ask her questions like, well, did Kazuya ever agree to what you wanted to do? Right? Did Kazuya ever agree to what you wanted to do? Was he ever okay with that? Right? And it could stop Ruka like dead in her tracks. And Ruka getting hurt and being horrified by what she did, but she can never undo it. Just as Kazuya can never undo the nature of what happened between them, would be really important, because what can he undo? He can start undoing what happened with Chizuru. Maybe this is like a red herring and a false positive. Now, I don't think it'll all just kick into gear like this, but something is going to possibly get triggered next chapter. Especially because next chapter is 429, and 9 is often associated with pain, and 4 is the number of death. So that's an interesting pair of numbers, you know? And it's just before 430, which I would believe is Kazuya focused. So next chapter could be the prelude to the Kazuya focused set of chapters that would result in the death of Kazuya per se. And the number 2. Well, the number 2 is often associated with cats. Like I've said before, the number 2 is often associated with cats. And we see Ruka look like a cat in this chapter. We see Chizuru acting as a cat. There's a lot of cat motifs in this chapters, or in the 20s. So, like, .420 is when Sumi is with Kazuya and Sumi bleeds. .421 is the end of the Sumi chapters. Minnie returns in 422, and Minnie used to live in room 202. Okay. I heard someone say there's a break the next week or the week after. No. So there's no chapter next week. There's no chapter next week. There is a chapter the week after. So the next chapter we get is on the 23rd. So our next chapter is on the 23rd. Okay, this is actually quite interesting. No, seriously, this is actually really, really fucking interesting. Yeah, I think you are misunderstanding Umi, and next chapter we might get a reveal of Umi's character. Right? We might get another reveal of Umi's character. He's slowly been getting more and more revealed to us. Like, this chapter kind of reveals a little bit of Umi's character to you. Like I mentioned, he deconstructs Ruka in this chapter. He fucking deconstructs the shit out of her. He calls out her entire belief system and behavior. He shatters her bias, you know? Umi is like in some fantasy stories, there's a person whose sole role is to fix events for the heroine to fix and solve and then shatter their reality. It was never you, it was me to push the heroine. I don't get it. Again, your sentence structure, you got to work on that, buddy. To forge their own path so they no longer have to fix events anymore. No, so I think Umi is the hidden, uncomfortable truth the characters do not want to address. In this particular case, he is Ruka's hidden, uncomfortable truth. Ruka is what you think Umi is. I think that's the irony of Umi's character. Ruka is what you think Umi is. Whereas before, Umi was what you thought Ruka was. Ruka has become what you think Umi is. And I think Umi is going to call her out on exactly that behavior. Umi is not what you think he is, and I'm very, very sure about that. If I'm fucking correct, I cannot wait to like demand a fucking sorry for all the people who like put me through fucking shit, telling me like I'm wrong about Umi and that he is trying to steal Chizuru and all this fucking bullshit. I cannot fucking wait. If I'm right about this, dude, I will like literally tell them to all shut the fuck up. Because I feel like I'm right. I feel like I'm right, but we all believe we're right, you know? We all at some point believe we're correct. And so, if I'm right about this, man, never gonna live it down. Never gonna let you up. Never gonna let you down. Turn around and hurt you. There, someone wanted me to sing. Although someone wanted me to rap. I don't rap. I know how to sing sometimes, but I'm not that good at it. You can say many things about Umi, but what you can't say is that he doesn't care because he won't ever go this far if he didn't care about something. Umi's lawyer has won another case job. Well done, Chief. Well done, Chief. You won another case. Oh, jeez. I mean, I feel like I'm everyone's lawyer at this point. I am like the Rent-A-Girlfriend defender. I defend every character. Bro, I'm out here defending Ruka. She fucking sexually assaulted someone. I'm out here defending her. Like, bro, I defend Mommy. I defend Ruka. I defend Chizuru. I defend Kazuya. I defend and like call out all the characters. It's just like I just do it for every character. I defend and call them all out. I just tell everyone else they're stupid, right? I just love saying, "Oh, you're stupid," and I'm correct because I come off as fucking conceited. I'm a conceited ass bastard. Okay, I'm getting a little tired. We've been streaming for almost 4 hours. Let's see. So I have 13 more minutes. So I'm gonna try to read some stuff from the serious discussions, and then I might call it, and then I might come back later and see if I can write some stuff to talk about. So let's go. The expression, this person thinks these being labeled as the enemy. The expression used in Japanese doesn't say that the people in the same boat are both enemies of a third party. The expression says that the two people in the same boat are enemies to each other. And if Umi is Ruka's enemy, if Umi is Ruka's enemy, wouldn't you say that he would not be on her side? And remember, what was my analysis that I came up with? What if Umi is not the enemy in the boat? What if Ruka is her own worst enemy and Umi is the fucking ocean she is on? Right? What if Umi is literally the ocean she's on and the only enemy here is Ruka herself? And wouldn't you say that's literally what's going on? Umi actively calls Ruka out on her nonsense. Ruka views him as a problem, but all Umi is saying is the thing she already believes. And he's merely stating facts. A lot of what Umi says is just him stating a fact. That's it. He's not particularly doing anything malicious, right? And he actively just counters what Ruka says. In that regard, is he literally just not like her? He is literally reflecting back at her herself. He is her own worst enemy. They have fundamentally different interests that are most likely incompatible with each other. They are just trying to use each other to their own benefits. The scenario where they work together to get their respective love interest won't fit this image. They will have a conflict at some point, and one of them will stab the other in the back, figuratively, of course. So that matches what I'm saying, is like, Umi is not on Ruka's side. Umi is not on Ruka's side. Right? If that's how we understand the phrasing, two enemies in the same boat, he's not on her side. Right? He never outright says he's on her side or he's against her. But he's not on her side. He's actually trying to get her to lose. I think he's trying to get her to accept to lose. They both at least have information that the other doesn't have. Umi knows about the cohabitation. Ruka can reveal the fact that she's currently Kazuya's girlfriend because of Chizuru. Ruka indeed revealed that she was Kazuya's temporary girlfriend, and she still has to reveal how Chizuru made that happen. I think it's time for a proper analysis again this week. Umi indeed called out to Ruka at work while Kazuya wasn't present. Given that Ruka thought he came to Karak at one time, it was on a later day and not after the talk with Kazuya. Ruka remembered him being Chizuru's friend and also recalled him being the one who gave the retweet. Umi complimented her performance in the movie, and then he got straight to the point and asked what Ruka's relationship with Kazuya was. Ruka didn't want to say anything because Kazuya would get mad at her. She tried to avoid the question, but Umi got her attention by telling her that Chizuru and Kazuya seemed pretty close. He revealed that they weren't dating yet. He didn't reveal the cohabitation, but he mentioned that they seemed to meet alone sometimes. All information that Ruka suspected but never got to a clear confirmation from anyone. Umi revealed enough to make Ruka curious, but not enough to hurt her so much that she didn't want to know more. He then asked her to contact him, which she obviously did, and that led to us to the present day. You know what I think? I think the teaser for next time, I'm extremely curious, might be about Ruka. It might be about Ruka. Ruka revealed information to Umi. She's going to tell him stuff in the next chapter. Would that not leave Ruka curious as to what Umi knows? Right? Then Ruka would say, I'm extremely curious. You think it's going to be Umi, it might very well be Ruka. Because Ruka's been the curious one in this chapter, weirdly enough. Umi doesn't know Ruka's part in all of this. She seems to be close to Kazuya, but he didn't want to ask Chizuru about it in case she didn't know about it. It might have hurt her knowing that the guy she obviously likes has another girl. He can't know of Chizuru's involvement, and it shows that he is mindful of her feelings. He accepts potentially hurting Ruka, though, by telling her about Chizuru and Kazuya. This seems more acceptable than to hurt Chizuru. Right? And he doesn't specifically talk to Kazuya, which I find interesting. Rather, he would rather confirm what's going on, right? He's trying to act like a big brother, if you will. Even though Ruka contacted him, she claims that it was Umi who wanted to talk to her. But Umi is right that she probably would have just ignored him if she hadn't been curious herself. Ruka has no interest revealing anything, so the only reason why she still agreed to talk was that she had hoped to learn something herself. Correct. She learned that Umi likes Chizuru, but this isn't worth anything coming from a playboy. Consequently, Ruka asks if he says this about any girl. Umi counters that he's very loyal, and whether she believes him or not. There are two arguments that support his claim. He had his girlfriend Nanaho for quite a while, and Chizuru's colleague in chapter 344 say that Umi was a tough catch. He might have affairs that while not bound, but doesn't seem easy to get him as a boyfriend. I tend to believe he is telling the truth here, but Ruka, and probably a lot of readers too, don't believe him. Because there is evidence to somewhat counteract this. Somewhat. The next part is interesting. Ruka is talking about all the fake people, the teaser, in the world who would claim to love you but still cheat on you. Showing that she doesn't really care. Showing that they don't really care. To Umi, Kazuya looks like that might be one of those people. He claims to love Chizuru, and he seems to have made her fall pretty hard for him, but he also has Ruka. For all he knows, she might be his backup if things with Chizuru don't work out. Isn't that what makes those people fake in Ruka's eyes? Why does Ruka claim he was any different? Ruka has no answer. Umi's kind of right. Kazuya isn't a loyal boyfriend to Ruka at all. He's technically cheating on her with Chizuru this whole time. She even directly said it so at Hawaiians. He's a fake boyfriend. You can argue that Kazuya has always loved Chizuru and that he's loyal to her, but then Ruka is trying to make him into one of those fake people by trying to get him to cheat on Chizuru. No matter how you turn it, Kazuya seems to fall within the definition of being fake. Ruka gets angry, and in her tantrum, she accidentally calls Kazuya her boyfriend, which Umi immediately notices. Now that Ruka has raised Umi's suspicions even more, she doesn't know what excuse to make anymore. It would certainly be easier to just tell Umi everything at this point. She wants to tell someone. She wants to be understood for once, and even though she doesn't trust Umi, she hopes that he might help her somehow if he found that they shared a common interest. Ruka admits to herself that Kazuya has never once loved her, and that he only ever had eyes for Chizuru. She then blames Chizuru for falling for Kazuya, even though she said she wouldn't, and even though she would have had a perfect match with Umi. Ruka thinks she has no one but Kazuya. This is justification enough for her to tell Umi the truth, that she is Kazuya's temporary girlfriend. The user for next time is extremely curious. I think that would apply to Umi. He'll probably want to hear the whole story. Ruka has never revealed the story to anyone. The fact that she said it was temporary leads me to believe she will tell Umi the whole story of how she became Kazuya's girlfriend, including the fact that it was Chizuru who suggested that Kazuya should try it. She will infuse the story with her own bias. She will want to make Umi agree that she deserves Kazuya more than Chizuru. Ruka's desperate. She doesn't know what to do anymore. It feels more and more like she's about to lose Kazuya, and she's taking drastic measures to get anything. Umi inadvertently feeds her desperation even more by highlighting how close Kazuya and Chizuru may seem to be. To me, it feels like Umi is genuinely interested in finding out the truth and form his own opinion about Kazuya. In a parallel to Kazuya when he first stalked Chizuru and Umi in Christmas, thinking that Umi might be a bad guy, trying to take advantage of Chizuru. Umi may now try to find out if Kazuya is a cheater who will end up hurting Chizuru. Oh no. Oh no. Umi may follow Kazuya, see him meet Minnie, see him meet Mommy, maybe even see him meet Sumi. Oh no. That's okay. That's a good one. That's a good one. Right? Oh, that's a good one. Because we saw Umi observe Kazuya in the tiger's den. And Kazuya interacting with all these beautiful girls who all seem to be fucking into him. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay, that's a good catch. Okay, that's one piece of information I wasn't necessarily coming to. Depending on how Ruka describes her relationship with him, Umi might not get a different impression. I think Umi will ask questions until he is has a consistent picture. It certainly won't be one we have or the one Kazuya has, but it might still be a valid outside view. Umi, no, that's dumb because Umi would have to follow him everywhere. Plus, he has a role in a drama. True. True. You're right. But then how do Mommy, Minnie, and Sumi all come into play? I feel like they should in some way. That rhymed. I feel like they should in some way. Not to mention, he has to know Kazuya's schedule. Plus, it's always random when Kazuya meets other female. Yeah. No, you're right. You're right. But I feel like that has a role to play in this. He's meeting all of these girls. I feel like that has a role to play in this somehow. There's no way it doesn't. Because I feel like we haven't really been considering that. That absolutely has a role to play in this. Umi obviously can't account for Kazuya's perspective. He could try to talk to Kazuya, and then some other girl shows up. That could happen. There we go. He could try to find time to talk to Kazuya, and then some other girl shows up. That could happen. In his eyes, Kazuya might look like the one at fault here. I could see Umi confronting Kazuya about it, but maybe even in front of Chizuru. Enough stuff happened that Kazuya feels guilty for, and he wishes to keep secret from Chizuru. If he's exposed, it will feel like he lost every chance to ever make Chizuru like him. Oh, I could see that. I could see Umi unintentionally confronting Kazuya, and that would make Kazuya... He would not realize Kazuya has been sexually assaulted and has been under a lot of guilt, nor would he want to blame Chizuru for anything, not realizing what's been going on with Chizuru, that Chizuru is the one who's been making him wait. So Kazuya would take all the blame, unintentionally. Right? Umi would unintentionally blame Kazuya for everything, and he would specifically talk to him and pin the blame on him. And I could see that becoming a problem, where Umi inadvertently makes everything worse. That could make some sense. Umi could make Kazuya give up because of Kazuya's guilt that Ruka put on him. That could make some sense. Right? Especially because Umi is not going to blame Chizuru for anything. Right? But he might. He's an impartial figure. Umi's whole thing is that he's kind of like impartial. He's not rude to anyone per se. That's kind of hard to say. I think because of his impartiality, he doesn't really see the full picture as an inverse of Mami. He's actually trying to do a good thing, but he causes more trouble. It's the thing I've described about Umi in the past. I could see Umi confronting Kazuya about it, but maybe even in front of Chizuru. Enough stuff happened for Kazuya to feel guilty for, and he wishes to keep secret from Chizuru. If he is exposed, it will make Kazuya feel like he never had a chance to make Chizuru like him. He will imagine her being disgusted by him. At this point, there's no use in trying to deny anything. He definitely won't try to put the blame on Chizuru. Instead, he'll probably accept defeat. He will acknowledge that he is the Demon King instead of the hero. If he thinks that it can't get any worse, he might actually be honest about himself. That's still better than Chizuru getting the objective view from Umi. But Kazuya will be surprised by Chizuru. Being honest is probably the best thing he can do. There's a way to many understandings right now. It's time to clear them up. Okay, we're starting to get some interesting analysis here and there. I think Ruka will be successful in deceiving Umi. Yeah, Umi has a bullshit detector. I don't think Ruka can deceive Umi. Umi literally has a bullshit detector. So I don't believe that. He'll probably see through it if she lied. He is an experienced enough liar himself to notice. That doesn't mean he will learn the actual truth if Ruka doesn't want to tell him. But he will probably make good enough assumptions to create a consistent picture, and he can probably confirm if he is right by observing Ruka's reaction when he mentions his conclusions. Ruka will always include her own bias to what she says. Umi can probably point out some inconsistencies as an outside observer, but he won't get an objective view of the situation. Ruka also can't tell him anything she doesn't know herself. Umi also has his own confirmation bias that might lead him to overvalue the facts that support Kazuya being a cheater compared to the ones supporting him being loyal to Chizuru. It's hard to revise your initial impression, especially when there are a lot of points in favor of Kazuya being a cheater. Is there any evidence that would actually contradict the assumption that he was two-timing? All he has is Kazuya's word that he loves Chizuru. But his actions don't seem to reflect that, so why would Umi think that might be a lie? Well, no, I think Umi can tell Kazuya likes her, and Kazuya is pretty sincere. That's why I'm kind of leaning a little more towards Umi destroys Ruka in some ways. Because that aligns well with Steins Gate. The trigger in Steins Gate, if I remember correctly, for anyone who's seen Steins Gate recently, I haven't seen it recently, I'll be honest. I remember the trigger to Steins Gate is that Mayuri, I think is her name, the girl who wears blue and has short black hair, starts getting killed, right? She starts getting killed because of all the time leaping that Okaba did. And Okaba tries to fix it, and every single time he can't, right? He tries to go back and fix it somehow. I just don't remember the specifics of the series. I haven't seen it in a hot minute, I'll be real. But yeah, the trigger was Mayuri's death in the wrong timeline. Yes. but she kept dying. Like, no matter what he did, she kept dying, right? And the authorities, like, or someone was killing her. Maybe Ruka gets in trouble with the authorities. Oh God. Maybe Ruka gets in trouble with the authorities. Oh God. Or maybe she gets in trouble with her mom rather than like an actual authority. She gets in trouble with her mom. Okay. So she gets in trouble. And what happens? So Elkaba tries to keep fixing it, right? And he can't. And eventually he breaks down, right? He tried saving her, but he failed each time due to the agency. Agency. Oh, agency. Wait, what if Ruka could get in trouble for being a rental girlfriend when she was underage? Wait, what if Ruka could get in trouble for being a rental girlfriend when she was an age? The evil government from the future. The evil government. Okay. That's hard. So did that evil government like time travel back too? Is that what happened? Did the evil government like time travel back too? Something like that. Okay. They were one step ahead. Maybe it could be related to Mommy. Maybe it could be related to Mommy's family. That could make some sense. Kazuya keeps not addressing Mommy's family. They tracked the D-mail changes. Okay. I don't think that if something happened here in the medical emergency, then Kazuya is not going to be going to the date. Medical emergency. Could be. Yeah, maybe Ruka ends up in the hospital somehow. That could be it. We did talk about Ruka's heart. We did talk about Ruka's heart. It's really hard to guess. It's really hard to guess, but I do think the setup to me seems to be that Ruka's gonna get in trouble. I know we're going in circles, but I think like even if we don't have like a clear assessment of where this could go, I think what could happen is Ruka could get in trouble somehow. Which makes sense. Like Ruka has done some kind of bad shit, you know? Ruka like sexually assaulted Kazuya. She could, I don't think she'll get in trouble for that necessarily, but maybe something medical could happen to her. Which would make some sense. So something is going to happen to Ruka. Kazuya is going to try to fix it, and he can't. He simply can't. But he can try to fix things with Chizuru. Whether Umi is that trigger or not, that would be interesting. You know, that would be interesting. It's hard to guess. Really, it's kind of hard to know at this point. So I'll kind of hold off for now. It's kind of really hard to know. I see Ruka getting destroyed. Yeah, I mean, she's gonna lose her luster as a character. I think that's something we can all agree on. That thematically, Ruka, the lapis lazuli, is interacting with the ocean. The ocean literally drains the lapis lazuli of their minerals and dyes. So she's gonna lose her color. She's literally going to thematically die. I think that is gonna be an important element here, and that's going to affect Ruka in some way. And that's also going to in turn affect Kazuya. It seems like whatever Umi's going to do with Ruka, it's going to affect Kazuya in some way. Right? Whatever it is, it's going to affect Kazuya in some way. The other thing we can follow besides Steins Gate is the hero's journey. Like I've said, from what I understand, I could very well be wrong, we are around here in the return. It is here, after the horror and ill-gotten victory over the second threshold, that the hero begins his return to the light. We saw this visually already happening, but the return is not without its hurdles. The hero, at this point, so devastated at what he's become, loses hope in his quest and himself. That is yet to happen, right? If anything, we're seeing the total opposite. So Kazuya, again, is undergoing a broken hero's journey. If anything, he seems to be doubling down on this. But something is going to trigger it that's going to change these things, right? I could see this also impacting Ruka, right? I could see this very well also mattering to Ruka in its own way. But it's getting a little late, so I think I'm going to call it for now. I hope you guys enjoyed. It was a fun stream. I feel like we had a decent discussion of certain things. It was kind of fun. So I hope you guys kind of enjoyed just the stuff we talk about. It doesn't make sense, but it is possible Chizuru's deadbeat dad owns and created the rental service. Okay. Dude, fuck off. Fuck off. So stupid. I'm sorry. I wouldn't be surprised if right after Kazuya and Chizuru fix this, we get a new challenger final boss, Chizuru's dad. Okay, man. Okay, man. Okay, bro. That's hilarious. Okay, bro. Okay, we're not going to worry about this too much. I'm going to call it here for tonight. Thank you guys for watching. I'll see you later. Take care. I got to head to bed. I got to rest. I got to check on my family too. Bye-bye, gang. See ya maybe tomorrow? Maybe tomorrow. I'll see. I'm not 100% sure. It'll depend. Tomorrow we might do a deeper analysis, or we might just play Final Fantasy VII. We'll see. Feel free to let me know which one interests you more. Maybe Final Fantasy VII would be better for now, just as a change of pace. Maybe I'll play Smash Brothers. I have my Switch 2 right here. So maybe tomorrow I'll just play Smash Brothers. It depends on how I feel. I'll let you know. Maybe I'll just feel something. I'll feel like an analysis I want to do, and we'll get into it, or we'll just play Smash. We'll see. All right, gang. See you later. Take care. Have a good